Chapter 58. The reporter saw that Jiyu Jingyu was protecting Lin Che. The reporter looked at Lin Che. Lin Che has just started filming and has already met such a good senior. Isn't he lucky? Jiyu Jingyu couldn't possibly steal this kind of topic, could he? Lin Che smiled and said quickly, yeah, Senior Jingyu is very good to me. He taught me a lot about acting. Jiyu Jingyu said, then how are you going to repay me? Repay? Lin Che didn't expect him to change the topic again. How? Jiyu Jingyu said, shouldn't you treat me to a meal? The reporter went crazy again. Would you like to have a meal together? Of course. I have to. The reporters swarmed up to him. Lin Che could only pinch Jiyu Jingyu secretly, but he could only bite the bullet and say, of course, of course. Jiyu Jingyu laughed and said, forget it. With that little salary of yours, after you treat me, you're going to starve. Stop treating me. I'm just joking with you. Are you stupid? Why would you agree to anything? Lin Che was speechless, and the reporters laughed with him. Finally, the interview was over. When Lin Che came down, Jiyu Jingyu rubbed his shoulder and said with a smile, you're still young. Keep up the good work. Lin Che was speechless. If you hadn't messed around, I might have performed better. However, Yu Minmin walked over quickly and said to Lin Che with a smile, you did well, especially today. Jiyu Jingyu really took care of you. He talked so much with you and even made an exception to joke with you. Lin Che said, is it wrong for him to joke with me? Of course not. But Jiyu Jingyu has never teased an actress like this before. He usually has a good relationship with men, but he doesn't care about women at all. So, some people even think he's gay. The interview ended quickly. Lin Che didn't expect to be in the headlines with Jiyu Jingyu the next day. This time, Jiyu Jingyu was protecting him, and the news was full of good things about her. On the other side, Lin Li was furious when she saw the news about her. The huge photo was of Jiyu Jingyu and Lin Che. As for herself, she only found a very small photo in the corner. She had purposely bought an expensive designer dress so that there wasn't a single part of her body that wasn't glittering. However, Lin Che's name was so famous now. She just casually mentioned that Lin Li also acted in a TV series, and that was it. Lin Li was furious. She crumpled the Entertainment Evening newspaper on the table and threw it on the floor. At the side, Han Kaiying hadn't expected things to turn out this way either. She said, what's going on? How can this Lin Che be so capable? Seeing her own daughter being arranged to live in such a miserable place, Han Kaiying was furious. If Lin Che isn't purposely making things difficult for you, what else could it be? Lin Li was so mad that her face turned the color of pig liver. Lin Che, I'll make you pay. Humph. At this moment, Lin Che, who was taking care of his family, suddenly sneezed. The helper at the side saw this and hurriedly said, Madam, what's wrong? Is the air conditioner too cold? No. Lin Che stood up and read the newspaper with a smile. Seeing Jiyu Jingzi coming in, she said with a smile, I'm in the headlines for the TV series. Jiyu Jingzi saw that she was smiling, so he walked over and took the newspaper. He saw her and Jiyu Jingyu's photos next to each other. Lin Che was still saying, I didn't expect that I would be in the headlines one day. Jiyu Jingzi tightened his grip on the newspaper and said in a low voice, it's not the first time. Lin Che knew that Jiyu Jingzi was talking about the scandal from before. That's different. That was because of the scandal. This time, it's because of my work. I'm in the headlines as an actress. Of course it's different. Jiyu Jingzi looked up and said, it seems that Jingyu takes good care of you. Hearing Jiyu Jingzi's words, Lin Che nodded and said, yes. Jiyu Jingyu takes good care of me. Sister Yu said that he doesn't usually help others like this. I didn't know that he was such a nice person. Also, he was very good at interviews. The reporters couldn't ask him any questions and he easily kicked them back. I didn't expect him to be so good at acting and dealing with reporters. No wonder he's so popular. Jiyu Jingzi's face turned green in an instant. Lin Che didn't notice it. She was dancing excitedly at the side with admiration written all over her little face. Jiyu Jingzi stood up and threw the newspaper on the table. Hey, why did you throw the newspaper at me? Lin Che looked up unhappily. Jiyu Jingza stopped and said to the helper, from tomorrow onwards, don't subscribe to trashy entertainment newspapers. Yes, sir. What? Lin Che stood up immediately. Jiyu Jingza, why not? Jiyu Jingza didn't turn around and said directly, I don't like to see you flirt on the screen. Lin Che's face darkened. You. Jiyu Jingza, you're prejudiced. How can you be so prejudiced? An actor doesn't flirt. It's art. What do you know? Jiyu Jingza snorted and turned around. There was a hint of coldness in his clear black and white eyes. Art is also a product of hunger and thirst. You. Lin Che was so angry that his face turned green. Capitalist, greedy, nouveau riche, no self-restraint, no artistic talent, and your whole body stinks of money. Jiyu Jingza raised the corner of his lips and sneered fiercely. Don't forget, what you're eating and using now is my stink of money. Lin Che was stunned. He saw Jiyu Jingza waving his hand and called Qin Hao in. Jiyu Jingza said calmly, by the entertainment evening newspaper. This kind of trashy newspaper bewitches people and misleads young people. It's a scourge if we keep it. After buying it, change it to the economic evening newspaper. Yes, sir. Qin Hao looked at Jiyu Jingza's face, which was as stiff as a plaster. He stole a glance at Lin Che and immediately retreated. Lin Che's fingers were trembling. He pointed at Jiyu Jingza and said, You are too overbearing. Jiyu Jingza snorted coldly and strode into the room. Lin Che sat there angrily as he looked at Jiyu Jingza's cold back. He looked at the newspaper that was thrown on the floor and felt a lump in his throat. That damned Jiyu Jingza. He actually said that she was flirting and misleading young people. Actors were indeed misunderstood by many people, especially people with money and power like him. They felt that they were doing meaningless things. Yes, being a celebrity seemed to be very pretentious. She had also been insulted by many people before. But she didn't expect Jiyu Jingza to think the same way. This person was so rotten. Chapter 59. At night, Lin Che went back to his room and closed the door again, not letting Jiyu Jingza in. He waited for a long time but didn't hear anything. Lin Che had to open the door quietly. He heard Jiyu Jingza talking on the phone outside. Huiling, what's wrong? Lin Che's heart settled. When he heard Mo Huiling's name, he couldn't help but pay even more attention. Jiyu Jingza listened to Mo Huiling's coquettish voice on the phone. Jingza, I had a fight with my family and I have nowhere to go. Can I stay at your place for a few days? Jiyu Jingza thought for a while. Why would you have a fight with your family? Isn't it? Forget it, let's not talk about it. Anyway, I don't have a place to stay now. My parents just confiscated my bank card. Okay, I'll go find you after I've arranged a place. Okay, I'll wait for you. Jiyu Jingza stood there and calmed down. He bent his hand and called Qin Hao. Vacate the villa by the bay. Huiling has nowhere to stay. I'll take her there later. Yes, sir. Qin Hao looked at Jiyu Jingza's gloomy face and didn't dare to say another word. When he left, he saw Lin Che's shadow by the door. He felt sorry for Lin Che. With Jiyu Jingza's temper, no one could say anything when he was really stubborn. Lin Che watched as Jiyu Jingza strode away without any reluctance. He stood close to the door for a long time before he cursed in his heart. Damn Jiyu Jingza. He's so fickle. Even though he has a wife, he still goes out to flirt. However, he felt uncomfortable after cursing. Mo Huiling was the one he loved after all. Wasn't it said that in love, the one who wasn't loved was the third party? She was actually the third party. Jiyu Jingza left the house and didn't come back for the whole night. Lin Che vaguely heard Jiyu Jingza say something about the villa by the bay. He guessed that he and Mo Huiling were there. Meanwhile, at the villa by the bay, Mo Huiling put down her luggage and looked at Jiyu Jingza happily. Thank you, Jingza. I don't know what to do without you. Jiyu Jingza asked the servant to put Mo Huiling's luggage away and sat on the sofa with her. Huiling, what happened between you and your family? Mo Huiling bit her lower lip. Actually, it's nothing. She lowered her eyes and looked pitiful. They didn't agree with me being with you at first. Now that they heard that you're married, they desperately tried to introduce me to a boyfriend. This time, they introduced a boyfriend to me. I didn't agree, so I quarreled with my family. Jiyu Jingze frowned and looked in her direction. His jaw tightened. Hui Ling. Because of him, she had really been wronged. Mo Huiling raised her head. I won't find a boyfriend. I want to wait for you, Jingze. Marrying someone you don't love is torture. I won't let myself suffer for the rest of my life. She was talking about herself, but she was also reminding him that he was now tied to someone he didn't love every day. Jiyu Jingze frowned unhappily. But looking at Mo Huiling, he suppressed his anger. He wasn't in a good mood today. The feeling of irritation burned his heart. Even Mo Huiling, who was sitting opposite him, could see that from the beginning, Jiyu Jingze's beautiful face was as cold as ice. His sharp eyes seemed to be piercing, and his cold chin was raised unhappily. Mo Huiling felt a little happy in her heart. He was probably unhappy because he heard that her family was forcing her to go on a blind date. Actually, she had always known that Jiyu Jingze was a very possessive person, so he must be jealous now. Mo Huiling stood beside him and looked at him. Jingze, what should I do? My family will keep forcing me to go on a blind date. I don't even dare to go home recently. Otherwise, I don't know what kind of man they will introduce to me. Jiyu Jingze came back to his senses. He looked at Mo Huiling and said calmly, you can stay here as long as you want. Mo Huiling immediately pulled him and said, will you stay with me? Jiyu Jingze sighed and said without hesitation, Hui Ling, that's not appropriate. I'm a married man now. Mo Huiling's face darkened. But I'm afraid to live here alone. I've already sent 5 servants here, and there are cooks in the kitchen at all times. The Jiyu family's security guards are already waiting outside. There won't be any security problems here. You can rest assured. No matter how many people there are, they can't compare to you. Mo Huiling looked at him. I don't want to stay alone. It makes me feel very insecure. But Jiyu Jingze just sat there and didn't say a word. Mo Huiling was a little angry. She looked at him and said, or do you want to go back and accompany your beautiful wife, so you don't want to stay here? Beautiful wife? Jiyu Jingze's eyebrows sank again. His eyes flashed fiercely. He looked at Mo Huiling and said, forget it. I'll stay here. It wasn't that they hadn't lived under the same roof before, but as usual, they had never stayed in the same room. Because of Jiyu Jingze's allergies, he couldn't have any physical contact with her. However, Mo Huiling was still overjoyed. She hurriedly ordered people to prepare dinner. Her incomparably beautiful face was suffused with radiance. Seeing Mo Huiling so happy, Jiyu Jingze finally made up his mind. He would stay here. He owed Mo Huiling too much. So, he felt a little guilty that Mo Huiling was so happy about such a small thing. After that, they ate supper together and went back to their rooms to rest. Jiyu Jingze was not interested. At night, he shared a room with Mo Huiling. Mo Huiling wanted to ask him to sit in her room and see if she could ask him to stay in her room. However, Jiyu Jingze didn't give her the chance to ask him. He went back to his room alone. Mo Huiling could only stomp her feet angrily and go back to her room. Jiyu Jingze didn't come back that night. The next morning, Lin Che went out for breakfast. She looked at the big dining room and saw only her breakfast left on the table. She suddenly felt uneasy. Although there was only one person missing in the house and there were so many servants walking around, she suddenly felt that the house was very empty. Luckily, not long after, she received a call from the company. They happily said that the company had received an advertisement for her and asked her to go to the company immediately. When she arrived at the company, Yu Minmin happily told her about the advertisement. It was a candy advertisement. It had a high airing rate on TV. If she became the spokesperson, it would greatly increase her popularity. However, she didn't expect that such a good thing would cause her to suffer the first slander. Chapter 60. Lin Che and Yu Minmin walked to the agency together. As they walked, Lin Che said, "This is my first time accepting an advertisement. I never thought that I would be able to accept an advertisement. Yu Minmin looked at her with a smile and said, "You're someone with works now. Furthermore, you're just starting out. Don't think that you're just a minor character. You're already a famous artist, understand?" Lin Che said, "Hey, I'm just not used to it. It's so fast. A few months ago, I didn't have anything." Yu Minmin said, "Isn't that how this industry is? It's very easy to become famous. It depends on whether you can grasp the opportunity. However, you have to be careful. It's also during this period that you're most likely to be suppressed. If something happens during this period and you haven't started to become famous, the agency won't waste so much money on you. You still have your own connections. Unlike those artists who are already stable, they can slowly get better after something happens. If something happens to you during this period, you really won't be able to get back up, understand?" As she slowly felt that Lin Che was a good person, Yu Minmin also told him a lot more. She also hoped that Lin Che would be able to go further and better. When Lin Che heard this, he nodded solemnly. "I understand." After that, the contract for the advertisement went very smoothly. However, when they went out, Lin Che saw a popular movie star, Senta Myra, standing outside. When a group of people saw Lin Che and Yu Minmin coming out, they glared at her as if they were burning with anger. Senta Myra had just become famous in the past 2 years and had been greatly promoted by the agency. However, the two of them had not interacted at all. Lin Che was a little puzzled as he was dragged away by Yu Minmin. Yu Minmin said, "Don't worry about her. Actually, she was the one who accepted your advertisement this time, but the agency changed you at the last minute and she's in a fit of anger." Lin Che said, "So I snatched her advertisement." Yu Minmin said, That should be the case. But in this industry, there's no such thing as snatching. It can only be said that it depends on one's ability. The agency saw your room for growth, so of course they would choose a rising artist." All right. At night, Lin Che followed Yu Minmin to have dinner with the advertising agency. It was necessary to thank the advertising agency for their high regard. In the car, Lin Che called Yu Minmin and asked her where to meet. Yu Minmin said, "Go in first. Room 302. I'll be there soon." Yu Minmin was still stuck in a traffic jam. She was in a hurry. After putting down the phone, she saw the big screen in front of her, which was showing Jiyu Jingming's state visit. She couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Jiyu Jingming was dressed in a well-ironed suit. On the big screen, he looked very gentle, but there was a hidden sharpness in his eyes. Yu Minmin recalled many people's comments about Jiyu Jingming. They said that he was an iron-fisted president. He was good at dealing with foreign affairs and internal affairs, so he was deeply rooted in people's hearts. By the time he reacted, he had already crashed into the car in front of him. He had rear-ended it. "Damn it," Yu Minmin cursed before getting out of the car. Lin Che made several calls outside the club, but Yu Minmin did not pick up. Helpless, Lin Che could only enter the private room that she had agreed on. However, as soon as he opened the door, he saw the people inside. Some of them were lying down, and some looked very strange. However, it was obvious that they were not the people Lin Che was going to see tonight. Lin Che was stunned. He turned around and was about to leave, but his wrist was grabbed by the person inside. Outside, in the hallway where no one could see, Senta Myra was holding her phone with a strange smile on her face. She said into the phone, "I'm here. Linley, thank you for telling me that she's here. Tonight. I'll make sure that she doesn't come back." Inside, before Lin Che could react, he heard the police rushing in. "Don't move. Put down the drugs in your hands. One by one, stand close to the wall." Drugs. Lin Che looked carefully again. When he saw the room full of strange equipment and strange people, he finally understood what was going on. He began to feel a chill in his heart. If an artist was involved in drugs, what would happen to them? It wasn't like there weren't any examples. Jiyu Jingze was in his office when Mo Hualing suddenly called him. He had to stop his work again. He was a little annoyed. In the past few days, Mo Hualing had been chasing after him very closely and was disturbing his work. Mo Hualing said, "Jingze, are you still not coming to stay tonight?" After the first day he stayed there, he felt uncomfortable. On the second day, he said that he was busy with work and didn't go over. However, Mo Hualing kept calling him to ask about work, which made it difficult for him to deal with. I'm still busy. Hualing, if you're bored, I'll ask Qin how to send a car to pick you up. You can go shopping. I've already asked someone to leave a card for you. Or you can go shopping abroad. The family's plane is always there. You can take the GU family's plane. I don't want to. Jingzi, what's wrong? Are you disgusted with me? Am I being too close to you? Is that why you want to kick me out? GU Jingzi rubbed between his eyebrows. No, you're thinking too much. Qin Hao was still waiting by the side. GU Jingzi waved his hand and asked him to wait for a while. He said to Mo Hualing on the phone, I'm going abroad for a few days. I have work to do. Be good, Hualing. I'll call you when I'm done. Mo Hualing was a little disappointed. Hearing his words, she had no choice but to say, okay then, I'm hanging up. Love you, Jingzi. Mo Hualing didn't want to push him too hard. She was afraid that GU Jingzi would hate her at such an important time. However, she couldn't be too far away from him. Otherwise, GU Jingzi would definitely go to that little bitch's side. This made Mo Hualing very anxious. She could only hang up the phone and think fiercely about how she could get him. GU Jingzi was really going abroad. Seeing that GU Jingzi had hung up the phone, Qin Hao said to him, Sir, the plane is ready at the private airport. We're checking the flight time with the National Aviation Department. It will probably take off in half an hour. Are you going to the airport now? Okay. I'm going to the airport. GU Jingzi stood up and went out. Qin Hao thought about Lin Che. He thought about how GU Jingzi had ignored Lin Che for a few days. Sir, do I need to inform Madam? GU Jingzi's face darkened. No need. Lin Che. A few days had passed and she hadn't even called him once. She was really dutiful as a contract wife. At the same time, the special department of the police station. Because Lin Che was an artist, he was being interrogated in the special department. Tell us, Lin Che. You're not an artist here. You're a criminal. It's useless to play this game with us. The interrogating police looked at Lin Che with contempt. He hated these artists the most. They looked high and mighty, but they were actually lowly. Chapter 61. Lin Che had lost count of how many times she had said that she didn't know. She really didn't know what had happened. The drug deal had nothing to do with her. Lin Che said, Can I call my agent? The policeman snorted. No. Then can you call my family? No. You can call them when you tell them. Lin Che said indignantly, Why? The policeman said, This is a special case. You're an artist. A few policemen were watching the situation from outside. This person has just become famous. I've never seen her before. Yeah, she's just a small artist without any backing. Otherwise, she wouldn't be in such a miserable state. She deserves it. Even if she doesn't have any backing, she can't humiliate herself like this. She can't do anything about it. But she's really pretty. Sai, is it okay to lock her up like this? Don't worry. She's just a small artist. She can do whatever she wants outside. She's a criminal here too. She has to listen to us. After a long while, the police saw that they couldn't get any information out of her, so they asked her to go out and make a phone call. Lin Che picked up the phone and called Yu Minmin. But Yu Minmin still couldn't get through. She thought for a while and looked around. When she saw GU Jingzi's number, she thought for a while and called him. Beep beep beep. The number you have dialed is unavailable. His phone was also turned off. Lin Che was helpless. The police impatiently urged him from behind, Hurry up and fight. Are you going to fight or not? If no one cares, you can go back. Lin Che had no choice but to stop calling. Forget it, I have no one to contact. She would rather die than contact the Lin family. Apart from these people, she had no one else to contact. Inside, Lin Che sat there in despair. She felt uncomfortable all over. She hadn't slept for the whole night, so she was dizzy. The room was also a little damp, making her feel cold. She had no choice but to lean against the side to rest. However, She felt that the chair and the wall were all cold. On the other side, Qin Hao said to Jiyu Jingzi, "Sir, the plane has landed. We are now in Country H. There will be a reception team waiting for us outside. You should change your clothes." Jiyu Jingzi nodded and went to the locker room to change his clothes. He had been flying for 5 hours and had been working on the plane for 5 hours. However, once something happened, he could immediately wake up as if he had a good sleep. The plane landed quickly. He turned on his phone and immediately heard a call from Mo Hualing. "Jingzi, hihi, I have a surprise for you." "What?" Jiyu Jingzi asked curiously. "I've come to H country." Jiyu Jingzi was stunned for a moment. He took a deep breath and could only say to her, "Okay, wait for me outside. I have a reception team from Country H. I need to go and get busy before I can look for you." "All right." Mo Hualing pursed her lips and her voice sank. She was obviously unhappy. Jiyu Jingzi put down the phone and saw a notification on his phone. There was another call last night. It was Lin Che. His whole body froze, and he immediately took out his phone to call. Qin Hao was a little anxious. He looked outside and said to Jiyu Jingzi, "Sir." Jiyu Jingzi reached out a hand to stop Qin Hao's voice. The call went through quickly. It wasn't Lin Che on the other end, but an unfamiliar male voice. "Who is it?" "This is the police station." The man sounded impatient. "Where's Lin Che?" he asked with a frown. "Lin Che? He's locked up." "Who are you to her?" "Locked up?" Jiyu Jingzi's eyes flashed. He put down the phone and suddenly said to Qin Hao, "Cancel today's trip. Arrange for the airline company and we'll go back now." Qin Hao was stunned. But looking at Jiyu Jingzi's solemn face, he could only swallow his words. Lin Che, someone is here to bail you out. Just then, he heard a police officer's voice coming from outside. Lin Che didn't expect things to turn around. When he went out, he saw the person standing at the door. It was Qin Qing. Lin Che's heart warmed and he looked at her in surprise. "Qin Qing, why is it you?" Qin Qing's heart ached when she saw Lin Che's pale face. She didn't look well. She was haggard and uneasy, and her lips were snow-white. "The police called the Lin family and said that you were locked up. I was worried about you, so I came to see you." Qin Qing supported Lin Che. Seeing that she was very weak, she simply placed her on her shoulder and carefully helped her out. "Thank you, Qin Qing." Lin Che thought that the police probably couldn't do anything and called her nominal family, the Lin family. In the end, the Lin family didn't want to lock her up at all, so the person who came was Qin Qing. Qin Qing said, "Let's go. You don't look well. I'll take you home first." "Where are you staying?" Lin Che didn't say anything. She was staying in the GU residence. Moreover, she didn't want to go back in her current state. She shook her head and said, "Take me to the hotel." Qin Qing said, "Let's go to my house. The hotel is too messy and there are reporters outside." Lin Che's eyes widened. She had known Qin Qing since she was young and had been to the Qin family many times. She didn't argue anymore and nodded. She deliberately ignored the fact that there were reporters outside. She didn't have the mood to care about that now. However, just as they reached the parking lot, Lin Li and Han Kaing rushed over from the opposite side. "Lin Che, what are you doing?" Lin Li's face turned green when she saw Qin Qing supporting Lin Che. Han Kaing also looked at Lin Che hatefully. As expected, this girl was still thinking about Qin Qing. She actually dared to call Qin Qing. She really didn't want to live anymore. Lin Li walked over and pushed Lin Che away. Lin Che had been tossing and turning for an entire night and was completely exhausted. When she pushed him, he immediately fell to the ground. Qin Qing was startled. She looked up and shouted at Lin Li without a care, "What are you doing?" She quickly bent down and helped Lin Che up. "Lin Che, are you okay?" Lin Che shook his head. He looked up and sneered at Lin Li. Seeing that Qin Qing was so nervous about Lin Che, Lin Li was even angrier. She pointed at Lin Che and said, "Lin Che, what do you mean? Didn't you already have a sugar daddy? Now that you've been dumped, you can't wait to find Qin Qing? How can you be so shameless?" "Lin Li, that's enough. What nonsense are you talking about?" Qin Qing interrupted Lin Li fiercely. Lin Li looked at Qin Qing crazily and said, Qin Qing, are you still speaking up for her? I'm your fiancé. But you're protecting her now. I'm talking nonsense, but I'm going crazy because of you. That's why I'm talking nonsense. Han Kaiying quickly pulled her daughter aside. She was worried that she wouldn't be able to control herself and anger Qin Qing. She glared fiercely at Lin Che and said, Lin Che, this is your fault. Of all the things you could have done, why did you touch drugs? Seriously, you want to be famous, everyone can understand, but how could you do such a shameful thing just for the sake of being famous? This is against the law, you can't be so lowly. You're still a member of the Lin family, and if you do this, our Lin family will also lose face. You're really insensible. Chapter 62. Lin Che sneered at Han Kaiying. Auntie, don't worry. No one knows that I'm a member of the Lin family. So, even if it's embarrassing for me. You can think whatever you want. I've said that I didn't do it. If there's nothing else, please step aside. I want to go out. Qin Qing unhappily raised her head and looked at the mother and daughter pair. Only then did she come over and pull Lin Che up. Only then did she realize that Lin Che was so thin and weak. One of his arms and one of his hands seemed to be able to break him easily. She helped her up and Lin Che stood up with difficulty. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt cold and her legs were trembling when she stood up. Han Kaiying was so angry that her face twisted when she saw that Qin Qing was on Lin Che's side. She didn't let Lin Li move in case she upset Qin Qing, but as a mother, she couldn't ignore it. She grabbed Qin Qing's hand angrily and looked at Lin Che. Lin Che, what do you mean? Do you think you're a star now and can get close to Qin Qing? That's enough. The Qin clan's third young master isn't someone you can get. She looked at Qin Qing and said, Qin Qing, she doesn't have good intentions. She's been coveting you since the beginning. She's doing this on purpose, but you can't see it and still want to help her. You disappoint our Lin Li. Qin Qing gritted her teeth and looked at Han Kaiying. She was glad that Han Kaiying was different from her mother. Qin Qing supported Lin Che and walked out. She didn't want to listen to Han Kaiying's words anymore. Stumbling out, Lin Che felt like he was in a daze and his legs were weak. Seeing that Qin Qing didn't care about her, Han Kaiying went forward and grabbed Lin Che. She pulled Lin Che back and slapped Lin Che's face. Just then, outside, a few cars suddenly stopped by the door. Inside, the senior officers of the police station heard the news and came out to welcome them. They stumbled toward the door. Lin Li and Han Kaiying froze and looked at the row of black cars at the door in surprise. A black Bentley was parked in the middle. After the door was opened, a pair of custom-made handmade leather shoes stepped out calmly. After that, a tall figure landed on the ground. Jiyu Jingzi, dressed in a grey top and dark blue pants, stood ramrod straight on the stone steps. His obsidian-like eyes were deep and enchanting, enshrouding Jiyu Jingzi's perfect and flawless face. He walked out of the car with an oppressive aura. His gaze landed on Qin Qing's hand that was tightly gripping Lin Che's. A trace of ruthlessness appeared on his usually calm face. Although it was fleeting, it still sent chills down people's spines. The people behind them quickly split into two groups. Tall security guards with pagas stood on both sides, and Qin Hao followed them silently. Lin Li and Han Kaiying were dumbfounded by the scene. A few high-ranking officers from the police station hurriedly greeted him with a smile. They did not dare to approach him and could only say in a low voice, Mr. Jiyu, I didn't expect you to come back. Sorry for not going out to greet you. Jiyu Jingzi's gaze landed on Lin Che's deathly pale face. Then, he took a few steps forward and walked over. Seeing Jiyu Jingzi's tall figure approaching, Qin Qing's hand involuntarily clenched even tighter. Subconsciously, Qin Qing felt a little nervous, but she did not want to let go of Lin Che. Her hand held on to Lin Che unwillingly. Jiyu Jingzi's eyes turned cold, and a strong sense of oppression hit Lin Che in the face. Lin Che raised his head, insisting that he did not want to appear too weak in front of Jiyu Jingzi. However, that pretentious expression made people feel pity for him. Jiyu Jingza grabbed Lin Che's arm, and his gaze fell on Qin Qing's hand. Qin Qing clenched her teeth and wanted to hold on, but her hand loosened involuntarily under the pressure of his aura. As for Jiyu Jingza, he simply raised his hand and directly carried Lin Che in his arms. Only then did Lin Che feel wronged. She greedily breathed in his scent. The moment he carried her, she felt a sense of security, which was rare. Jiyu Jingza's gaze was like a dormant beast. He glanced at Qin Qing, and his tall figure directly passed by a few people. Jiyu Jingza, I. Lin Che's slender arm wrapped around his neck. Just as she was about to speak, Jiyu Jingza coldly stopped her. Shut up. Lin Che was stunned. She bit her lip and looked at him, swallowing the words she was about to say. Jiyu Jingza was obviously in a bad mood. He glared at her fiercely. If you don't have any strength, just stay there. Stop talking nonsense. The people at the police station suddenly felt a chill. Looking at Jiyu Jingza holding Lin Che with a cold face, they couldn't help but look around. Who on earth caught this woman and brought her in? Could it be that this woman offended Jiyu Jingza, so the Jiyu family suddenly called and asked them to get ready to release her? The police who had just interrogated them were already so scared that they shrunk back and didn't dare to come over. Their disdain just now had been completely replaced by shock. Lin Li, together with Han Kaiying, stared at this scene without blinking. Lin Li couldn't help but think angrily, damn Lin Che. How could such a man be so protective of her? Looking at the tall, mighty, and charismatic Jiyu Jingza hugging Lin Che as if he was hugging a little lamb, his handsomeness really made people's imaginations run wild. It was really enviable to look at. Which woman didn't want to be hugged by such a charming man like this? It looked so sexy. Lin Li cursed at the back. How could Lin Che have such good luck? Seeing this scene, Qin Qing felt more and more uncomfortable. Just as she was about to follow them, a group of security guards in black quickly gathered around them and tightly separated Jiyu Jingza from them. Qin Qing and the others couldn't even get one step closer. Qin Qing suddenly felt resentful. She hated the fact that she was indeed in the sky and Jiyu Jingza was on the ground. She didn't even have the ability to get close to him. Seeing that the security guards had left, the government officials who were usually high and mighty quickly followed them while nodding and bowing. Han Kaiying said angrily, "Who the hell is he? Why did he come here to show off his power?" Lin Li glared at them and muttered, "This Jiyu Jingza is really so powerful." However, it was undeniable that it could be seen whether he was powerful or not. Qin Qing took a deep breath and said, "The Jiyu family is a family that can't be compared to in Country C. One of them swaggers around in the political world, while the other is in the business world." Hearing this, Lin Li's face became even redder with resentment. Damn Lin Che. Why does she have such good luck? Lin Che was shoved into the car by Jiyu Jingza. Jiyu Jingza followed him in and Lin Che immediately fell into Jiyu Jingza's arms. Jiyu Jingza looked down at Lin Che's weak appearance. He looked ahead coldly and said to Qin Hao, who was outside, "I need someone to take responsibility for this." Qin Hao nodded and said, "Yes, sir." Chapter 63. Lin Che fell into Jiyu Jingza's arms and fainted not long after they were in the car. Lin Che didn't know why she was so weak all of a sudden, but Jiyu Jingza attributed it to the fact that her injuries hadn't healed yet. Even if the wounds on her body had healed, she must still be weak after losing so much blood. Jiyu Jingza carried Lin Che home and put her on the bed in the bedroom. He looked at her shriveled lips and frowned slightly. His eyes darkened. This damned woman only knew how to cause trouble for herself. He reached out and gently rubbed her furrowed brows. As if she felt more comfortable, her eyebrows relaxed slightly. However, just as Jiyu Jingza was about to leave, he felt her gently holding his fingers again. He took a deep look at her pale face and stayed. Her teeth were chattering, as if she was saying that she was cold. His big hand touched her forehead, which was boiling hot. He thought for a moment, lifted the quilt, and lay down himself. He remembered when he was young, his whole body and hands were cold before he had a high fever. His mother would carry him and massage his hands and feet until his hands and feet warmed up and the fever started to subside. He hugged Lin Che tightly, completely encircling her in his arms. He reached out and pressed the bell beside the bed, asking the servant to come in. "Get Chen Yuqing here." Dr. Chen arrived very quickly. The servant said that it was probably Madame Gu's illness. Chen Yuqing mumbled, "Since when did he let me treat someone else's illness?" He used to be an internationally renowned specialist. Later, he was found by the Jiyu family to be Jiyu Jingza's personal doctor while doing research. For many years, he had never treated anyone's illness other than when it was necessary for research. When Chen Yuqing opened the door, he saw Jiyu Jingza lying on the bed. The girl in his arms was lying obediently like a kitten. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were." Chen Yuqing quickly closed the door. Inside, Jiyu Jingza's face darkened. "Come in." He called out to the doctor at the door. Chen Yuqing thought that it wasn't right. They really wanted to wear clothes. He heard Jiyu Jingza's voice and quickly opened the door. Jiyu Jingza looked at the person in his arms carefully and said, "I don't know why she has a fever. She had just stayed at the police station for a night and fainted when she came back." He didn't know if something had happened to her. Seeing Jiyu Jingza's serious face, Chen Yuqing hurried over to Lin Che. After checking, Chen Yuqing said helplessly, "President Jiyu, Madam has caught a cold." Jiyu Jingza asked, "Just a cold?" "Of course. Fever, lung murmur, throat inflammation, obvious symptoms of the flu." Jiyu Jingza relaxed a little and said to him, "Let's go." Chen Yuqing was speechless. They called him over in such a hurry, and just because he had a cold, they told him to scram? "Sir, there are many family doctors here. You can call them directly next time." Jiyu Jingza was silent, his gaze still on Lin Che. He said mildly, "Yeah, I feel that my body hasn't changed much after all these years. My research hasn't yielded any results, but I've gotten much better recently. But it doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. If I have any problems in the future, I'll just look for the family doctor. You don't have to come." Chen Yuqing quickly said, "I'm joking. The family doctor doesn't know anything. Madam's illness is a big deal. It's only right that you call me." Jiyu Jingza raised his head, glanced at him, and waved his hand to signal him to leave. Chen Yuqing quickly scrammed. Jiyu Jingza heard that it was just a cold, but he didn't relax. He still held Lin Che in his arms and rubbed her hands and feet. Lin Che only felt cold. It was as if she was still in the police station. She felt so wronged and helpless. She felt that she was being pulled by someone, holding her hand, supporting her, and silently rubbing her hand. Suddenly, she remembered that Qin Qing was beside her. She murmured and wanted to speak, but her voice was so hoarse that she couldn't say anything. She could only mutter, "Qin Qing." Jiyu Jingza was stunned at first. Then, he pressed his lips against hers and listened carefully to her voice. She called out again in a muffled voice. It was indeed Qin Qing. Jiyu Jingza suddenly let go of her hand and stood up. He looked at the woman on the bed with disdain. "Qin." She called his name again. As soon as she said that, Jiyu Jingza lifted the blanket off her. "Lin Che, wake up. Look at who I am." He pulled Lin Che up with force. His dark eyes flashed with hostility. Lin Che opened her eyes in a daze. When she saw the angry face in front of her, she gradually woke up. It was Jiyu Jingza. "It's you." She was a little surprised. She didn't expect him to come. She couldn't get through to him on the phone. How did he know what happened to her? Jiyu Jingza's eyes were cold. "Why? Are you angry that it's me instead of the Qin Qing that you're thinking about?" Lin Che was stunned. She noticed that his eyes were filled with impatience and annoyance. She immediately remembered that he had said that she was misleading young people and was an actress. He was still holding on to her shoulders. He looked cold, and his face was filled with alienation. She pushed his hand away. "Let go of me. What are you doing?" She dared to push him. Jiyu Jingza was pushed to the side, but he reached back and grabbed her wrist. "Why? It's not Qin Qing. It's me who touched you. Are you so disgusted? It's a pity that Qin Qing is already someone else's fiancé. You're still secretly in love with him, but he doesn't know. Lin Che, just give up. You. Lin Che was so angry that her heart was stuffed with anger. She started to push his hand away. Let go of me, Jiyu Jingzi. Let go. I'm an actress. Don't dirty your hands by touching me like that. Jiyu Jingzi was furious. Looking at her struggling face, his dark eyes flashed. He grabbed her arm with both hands and pounced on her. The two of them fell onto the soft bed together. He was on top of her, his body pressing against her soft body. His masculine aura enveloped her entire body. Lin Che shouted angrily, Jiyu Jingzi, get out of my way. You're such a bastard. Let go of me. She thought for a long time but couldn't find a suitable word to scold him. Although she was weak, she was invincible when she was stubborn. She was clearly weak, but she still pushed his chest with all her might. Unfortunately, it was like cotton, hitting his body and he didn't feel anything. Jiyu Jingzi became restless because of her. Lin Che saw that his strength was shockingly great. No matter how she tormented him, it was as if he was just brushed by a cool breeze and didn't move an inch. She was so angry that she raised her knee and directly knocked it down. Chapter 64. Jiyu Jingzi's eyelids twitched and he quickly grabbed her knee. Lin Che was startled. He raised his head and stared fixedly into his pitch-black eyes. Jiyu Jingzi didn't expect her to dare to do such a thing. He sneered, well, Lin Che, are you trying to murder your husband? Lin Che blushed. She didn't want to touch him there, but she had no other choice. He held her round knee in his hand, his large hand rubbing against her soft skin. She blushed and shouted at him, Jiyu Jingzi, what are you doing? Jiyu Jingzi looked at her being pressed under him. His eyes reddened and the color of desire slowly rose. What do you think I'm doing? Of course Lin Che didn't believe that he would do anything to her. He had a woman he liked and didn't they say that he was allergic to women? She pulled at her leg. If you don't let go of me, I won't go easy on you. Jiyu Jingzi smiled and looked at her chest that was heaving violently because of her anger. I'd like to see how you're going to be rude to me. Lin Che shouted, Jiyu Jingzi, is this fun? Jiyu Jingzi said, why? You're not having fun with me. Who are you having fun with? Qin Qing. Lin Che was so angry that her liver hurt. Yes, I'm having fun with Qin Qing. You. Jiyu Jingzi couldn't help but tighten his grip. Lin Che felt a pain in her arm and looked at Jiyu Jingzi with a sour nose. Let go of me, Jiyu Jingzi. You can't bully people like this. Bully? I think you still don't know what it means to be bullied, Jiyu Jingzi said as he pressed her under his body again. His hand slid under her clothes. She felt a pain in her sensitive chest. When his hand grabbed her, her whole body tensed up as if an electric current had flashed through her body. She almost let out a light moan. She quickly pressed down on his restless hand and glared at him angrily. You. Jiyu Jingzi. You're such a hooligan. Jiyu Jingzi felt that his hand felt so good and for a moment, he couldn't bear to let go. Glaring at the woman in his eyes, he gritted his teeth. Who told you to cause trouble everywhere? With that said, his hand tightened again. Lin Che couldn't help but cry out. Hearing this, Jiyu Jingzi's heart tightened. His sexy eyes were fixed on her sweaty cheeks. Her clothes were pushed up again, and her belly button was exposed under the light. Her lower abdomen without a trace of fat looked very attractive. Lin Che bit his lip, narrowing his eyes as he looked at the man in front of him, who was like a king standing high above him. Yes, I will cause trouble, then you go find a woman who will not cause trouble for you. Mo Hualing will not cause trouble for her, but he will find Mo Hualing. She didn't dare to look for Mo Hualing. She couldn't bear to bully Mo Hualing, so she came to bully her. Lin Che knew that she wasn't good enough and was always causing trouble, but she didn't want that to happen. Her luck was not good enough, so she always encountered these troublesome things. Including the man in front of her, he was also a troublesome matter for her. Now, she felt that he was simply her biggest problem. The man's hand squeezed again, and Lin Che almost cried out. Lin Che, who had never experienced any kind of man before, only felt shy and embarrassed at this moment. However, There was a faint trace of comfortable anticipation in the bottom of his heart. This was because his current appearance was simply too sexy. It was so hot that it made one's heart restless. Say that again. The man's voice became deeper and hoarser. It sounded like a magnetic sound of nature, lingering in her ears. Lin Che was firmly pressed under him. He was already depressed, and at this moment, he felt even more irritated. He directly shouted, "Kill me if you want. If you think I'm a troublemaker, go find another woman. What's the matter? Did you turn your back on me when I went to look for you? If I didn't go, you would be whispering sweet nothings with Qin Qing right now, right? Of course. I finally have a chance to be pitiful in front of Qin Qing, but you ruined it. You want to die." Jiyu Jingze blushed and glared at this damn woman. What can you do to me?" Lin Che shouted. Jiyu Jingze exerted force in his hand, and with a tearing sound, her clothes were suddenly torn apart. Lin Che felt a chill on her body. In the next moment, his body was on top of hers, and he bit down on her lips as if he was punishing her by biting down on them. "Ooh!" Lin Che groaned. Lin Che felt that Jiyu Jingze was simply an overlord, a tyrant. She was in so much pain that her tears fell beside her ears. She felt more wronged than wronged. Her body and heart were so uncomfortable, so fragile. She still had a bad cold, and her body was unbelievably weak. Even when faced with a man who bullied her, she couldn't resist at all. The trembling of the tip of her tongue gave people an incomparable feeling. Jiyu Jingze kissed her lips in a daze, greedily inhaling her breath. He felt that his body was shaking uncontrollably. In the next moment, when he was about to completely lose control, his hand touched her tears. He immediately let go of this woman and looked down at Lin Che. Her face was wet with tears, and she looked especially fragile. It made people feel as if their hearts were being pierced by needles. Jiyu Jingze's heart softened. Seeing her cry, he felt a little helpless. He never knew how to deal with a woman's tears. He quickly took Lin Che's hand and said, "All right, don't cry. Does it hurt anywhere?" He sat up with Lin Che in his arms, wrapped his arms around her, and let her sit on his lap. He lowered his head and helplessly picked up a handkerchief to wipe away the tears on her face. Lin Che muttered angrily, "You only know how to bully me." Jiyu Jingze's heart felt stifled. He felt his body heat up with hatred. It was unbearable, but he couldn't express it. Who was the bully here? Okay, it's my fault. My clothes are torn." She lowered her head and wrapped her arms around her chest. He felt his body heat up again. He lowered his head and said, "I'll compensate you. One isn't enough. Okay, I'll compensate you with 100. That's more like it," Lin Che said. She felt even more sleepy, as if the medicine she had just taken was taking effect. She yawned. She leaned against his shoulder, her head heavy. Jiyu Jingze hugged her and let her lean against him to sleep. He touched her hands and feet. They weren't cold anymore. It seemed that her fever was going down. "Go to sleep. You'll be fine when you wake up." He frowned, feeling as if he was coaxing a child. "You can't bully me anymore," Lin Che, who was about to fall asleep, was still muttering. Yes. If she bullied him a few more times, he would probably die here. When he felt that she seemed to be in a deep sleep, he slowly put her down. He covered her with the blanket and gritted his teeth as he looked at the woman who was sleeping soundly like a baby. Seriously, she was an angel when she was asleep and a demon when she woke up. It made his teeth itch. Chapter 65. Lin Che didn't sleep well that night. Lying there, she seemed to see Jiyu Jingze looking at her gently with a gentle expression that he had never shown before. His eyes flowed like flowing water. His sexy thin lips curled up slightly, and the arc was just perfect. He picked up Lin Che's shoulders and hugged her as if he was looking at the treasure of his life. His voice was so sexy and perfect. He said to her softly, "Lin Che, I love you." Lin Che's heart thumped in shock. The next moment, she saw Jiyu Jingze's lips on hers. Lin Che leaned forward impatiently. But then, her phone rang. Lin Che woke up abruptly. She sat up suddenly and realized that she had been dreaming. Fuck, why did she have such a dream? Lin Che rubbed her hair hurriedly. Hearing that her phone was still ringing, she picked it up. It was Yu Minmin calling. What's wrong with you? Why did the news say that you're involved with drugs? Lin Che hadn't seen the news yet, so she didn't know what was going on outside. She held her aching head and said, I've been framed. Yu Minmin thought for a moment and said, forget it. We'll talk about it at the office. Okay, but Sister Yu, your phone suddenly went dead yesterday. Where did you go? Yu Minmin was silent again. In the end, she could only say helplessly, I got into a car accident yesterday. Lin Che said, why are we so unlucky? Should we go to the mountains and pray to Buddha? I think so too. Forget it. We'll talk about it at the office. Lin Che got up quickly. She still felt a little dizzy, but she quickly washed up and put on her clothes. Just as she opened the bedroom door, she saw Jiyu Jingze coming in. Jiyu Jingze frowned when he saw Lin Che. He suddenly remembered what happened last night. He turned his face slightly and said, why are you up? Lin Che said hurriedly, I'm going to the office. The office? Jiyu Jingze's face darkened. Why are you going to the office so early? There's something I need to take care of. Lin Che said. Don't go. Jiyu Jingze stopped Lin Che, who was about to run out. Lin Che turned back suspiciously. Why? What's there to go? He glanced at her cheeks, which were still flushed due to her illness. Stay at home and behave yourself today. Stay here obediently. Lin Che recalled what he had said yesterday about why she was always causing trouble. He must have thought that she would cause trouble if she went out. Lin Che said, no, I need the company to handle this. If this matter isn't handled well, my career will be over. Being Mrs. Jiyu can be your lifelong career. Jiyu Jingze looked at the stubborn woman coldly. Lin Che said, forget it. If I get a divorce, I'll become a mistress. It's better to have my own career. I'll go out first. Lin Che, I told you not to go. Jiyu Jingze's tone was stern, and his eyes were shining. Lin Che turned around and said, I understand. I'm not going to cause trouble this time. I won't cause any trouble for you. I'm going to settle some things, so you don't have to worry about me getting into trouble again. Jiyu Jingze's eyes darkened. When she lowered her head and put on her shoes, the wrinkles between his eyebrows were still there. I'm leaving. She turned around and said to him fearfully, up to you. Jiyu Jingze turned back and walked into the room. Lin Che's lips moved slightly. She looked angry at him, but after thinking about it, she didn't follow him. She recalled everything that had happened that night. Although she couldn't remember it clearly because she was dizzy, she could still remember how he explored her lips and how his hands moved around her body. Her lips suddenly felt hot. She hurriedly shook her head to make herself forget the feeling of anticipation and walked out quickly. At the company, Yu Minmin held his head and said, it seems that Center Myra is behind this. Your advertisement has been taken down, and she has signed a contract with that company again. Lin Che looked at the news and saw that although the news didn't say it explicitly, it only said that someone was guessing that a celebrity had recently been involved in drugs and had been locked up. A female celebrity with the beginning of L had just become popular through a television series. If this incident was true, it might even be a problem for the television series to be broadcasted normally. The netizens were smart. They immediately guessed that they were talking about Lin Che. Yu Minmin was also a little tired and looked very annoyed. Tomorrow, the company will see if they can arrange for you to appear at a suitable location to let everyone know that you're not locked up. But you have to be sure that the police won't say anything. You're not involved in drugs, are you? Yu Minmin still looked at Lin Che suspiciously. Of course not, Lin Che said. Yu Minmin nodded. Yu Minmin would believe her if she said it. She also felt that Lin Che wasn't that kind of person. What do we do now? Let's go to the advertising company and explain the situation. Lin Che and Yu Minmin quickly arrived at the advertising company. However, enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. The moment they came out, they saw Center Myra walking out on a high horse. Ayo, Lin Che, what's wrong? I heard that you were locked up. You're out so soon. Seeing her, Lin Che felt that he couldn't lose his arrogance. Yeah, an idiot like you is still outside. I don't think I can just go in casually. You. Lin Che, you're still being arrogant. Ha, you really entered the industry too late. Newcomer, learn from me. This is called scheming. Heh, that's right. Those who don't have the strength just like to mess around. Lin Che said. Yu Minmin smiled at the side and looked at Center Myra. Myra, I've been in the industry for a long time. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't use these kinds of tricks so that you don't get yourself hurt. Center Myra harumphed. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? So what if I do it? H. Take a small artist like you who's destined to never become famous and drink your northwest wind. How dare you fight with me? Don't you know who you are? With that, she forcefully brushed past Yu Minmin's shoulder and walked over. Lin Che bit his lip angrily and said to Yu Minmin, I can't stand seeing her being so arrogant. Yu Minmin said, she'll fall into a pit sooner or later. When the two of them entered the company, the staff said gloomily, you don't have to come. We can't do anything about it. The company will never hire an artist with a stain on her reputation. They were about to chase them away. They had seen many artists like her who were persistent. Get out, get out. Hurry up and get out. However, at this moment, someone suddenly came in and said something to the supervisor in a low voice. The supervisor's expression changed, and the way he looked at Lin Che immediately changed. He stood up and said, Miss Lin, I'm sorry for what happened just now. We just found out that the police have clarified that it was just a misunderstanding. You weren't involved in drugs. We were a little rash with our words just now. We're really sorry. The supervisor touched his forehead. His back was drenched in cold sweat. He thought about what the secretary had said and still found it unbelievable. The secretary had said, Qin Hao personally called to say that he wants this advertisement on behalf of Lin Che. What kind of person was Qin Hao? In the past, he was a mysterious person whose whereabouts were rarely seen. He was Jiyu Jingza's lackey. Was he someone they could touch? Now he had actually called Lin Che personally to ask for an advertisement. Chapter 66. Lin Che and Yu Minmin looked at each other, finding it hard to believe. As they walked out, Yu Minmin said, What's going on? Lin Che shook his head. How would I know? However, at this moment, Center Myra, who had just been hooting at Lin Che, suddenly ran in angrily. Lin Che, what right do you have to change my advertisement? Yu Minmin took a step forward and stood in front of Center Myra. What's wrong? Isn't this the time for you to be arrogant? In this industry, it's all about snatching. If you can use underhanded tricks to snatch our advertisement, why can't we snatch it back? Center Myra pointed at Lin Che angrily. Lin Che, don't be so ungrateful. You know whose woman I am. You even dare to offend me. You better, Miss Lin. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind them. It was a calm voice, but it carried a bit of an imposing aura. The few of them turned around in surprise and saw that the person who had come was Qin Hao. Behind him were a few of Jiyu Jingza's security personnel. The group had an extraordinary aura and attracted the attention of the people around them. Center Myra was stunned. She looked at the person who had come and forgot to put down her hand. When Yu Minmin saw the person, she also looked over in surprise. Seeing that it was Qin Hao, Lin Che hurriedly said, Assistant Qin, why are you here? Qin Hao was very respectful towards Lin Che. He looked very humble and said, Sir asked me to come and take a look. Lin Che nodded and looked at the people around him. It was a little strange. He was just an assistant. Why did everyone look so afraid of him? Center Myra's arrogance disappeared instantly. She glared at Lin Che. She hadn't expected her to know this person. Also, seeing how Qin Hao was so respectful towards her, she wondered what kind of sugar daddy Lin Che had hooked up with. Could it be Jiyu Jingza? How could it be? Center Myra's eyes darted around and she hurriedly said, Mr. Qin, my name is Center Myra. Hello. Qin Hao looked at Center Myra with disdain. Although Center Myra was already a celebrity and everyone knew her, It seemed like she was nothing in Qin Hao's eyes. Qin Hao looked directly at Lin Che, but his words were directed at Center Myra. His voice was light as a feather. Miss Lin, Sir said that if someone makes you unhappy, he can help you deal with it. Whether it's by freezing them, expelling them out of the country, or sending them to Cambodia, he has many ways to make a person disappear from country C without a trace. Center Myra's entire body began to tremble. She looked at Qin Hao with an extremely dark expression. Qin Hao merely swept a cold glance over there, his gaze remaining respectful as he looked at Lin Che. Lin Che was too lazy to argue with her. He said to Qin Hao, "Your Mr. Qin is here? Where is it?" Qin Hao said, "Sir is waiting for you in front." Lin Che nodded, glared at Center Myra, then turned around and walked outside. Qin Hao got the security personnel to leave with Lin Che, then turned his head and said to Center Myra, "I hope to hear your apology." Center Myra's body trembled. Watching Lin Che leave, she only recovered after a long while. She thought angrily, Lin Che is actually related to Jiyu Jingze? Why? Then, she felt a little scared. She quickly picked up her phone and called Lin Li. After Lin Li heard the call, she was so angry that she almost smashed her phone. After putting down the phone, she said to Han Kaiying, "This Lin Che is too arrogant now." Han Kaiying said in surprise, "Is she really with Jiyu Jingze?" Lin Li snorted. "Even if she is, Jiyu Jingze must be playing with her. Who does Lin Che think he is? That's right, that's right. She's not as pretty as you, and she doesn't have your temperament. I don't believe that Jiyu Jingze would like her but not you." However, Lin Li was indeed very angry. She was jealous that Lin Che had such a good man to protect her. Thinking of Jiyu Jingze's aura and appearance that day, she was filled with hatred and jealousy. He was really a unique man in the world. How could Lin Che be so lucky? Yu Minmin followed the security guards in astonishment. They were all wearing black suits and professional walkie-talkies. Yu Minmin seemed to see some of them carrying weapons at their waists. The security guards escorted the two of them out. Outside, Jiyu Jingze's car was among a row of black cars. Lin Che recognized Jiyu Jingze's car and quickly walked over. The car door opened and Jiyu Jingze walked out. Yu Minmin's eyes lit up. Then, she remembered that this was Jiyu Jingming's younger brother, and she looked a little embarrassed. But how did Lin Che know Jiyu Jingze? Jiyu Jingze looked at Lin Che and frowned. Lin Che looked a little embarrassed. "Did you help me with the advertisement and the incident at the police station?" Jiyu Jingze said, "I just said hello." Jiyu Jingze said, "Let's go. I'll take you home." Lin Che nodded and pulled Yu Minmin out. "Sister Yu, I'm leaving. Call me if you need anything." Yu Minmin stole a glance at Jiyu Jingze and said to Lin Che, "You and Jiyu Jingze, we." Lin Che was a little embarrassed. Their relationship couldn't be explained in a few words. Yu Minmin also understood that some things couldn't be said. She was just a little surprised. She looked at Lin Che and thought that she was really lucky to know Jiyu Jingze, who was so powerful in Country C. She only smiled and said to her, "Go ahead. I'll be leaving first." Lin Che looked at Yu Minmin gratefully before turning around and getting into Jiyu Jingze's dark blue Porsche. Jiyu Jingze looked at Yu Minmin. Yu Minmin was flattered and lowered her head to smile at him. She didn't expect that one day she would be able to be so close to such a powerful person. As for Jiyu Jingze, he looked at her and actually smiled faintly. Yu Minmin quickly lowered her head and retreated, watching as Jiyu Jingze got into the car. The group of people all got into their own cars, protected the blue Porsche commercial car in the middle, and left the place. In the car, Lin Che looked at Jiyu Jingze embarrassedly. "Thank you for helping me." Jiyu Jingze said, "It's okay. You're my wife. I should help you." Lin Che said, I didn't do drugs, really." Jiyu Jingze turned around and looked at her. He said directly, "I trust you." Lin Che paused. She was a little touched by his silent trust. Jiyu Jingze said, "Although you're uncultured, rude, lack knowledge, and have a lazy mind, I believe that you wouldn't do such a thing." "Thank you for the compliment." Lin Che wanted to say, "Don't believe me." Jiyu Jingze said, "Moreover, it's my fault that you stayed at the police station for a day. It has nothing to do with you." As your husband, I have an obligation to help you. But because I suddenly went abroad, I didn't know that something had happened to you, so I was delayed. I apologize. Chapter 67. It's okay. Why are you apologizing? You're not responsible for it. Lin Che waved his hand. No, you're my wife, he said heavily. Lin Che's heart skipped a beat. She looked at his black spectral eyes and felt complicated emotions. He said that she was his wife. She quickly turned her face away. She didn't want to see his charming side profile anymore. Soon, they reached home. The two of them entered the house one after another. Jiyu Jingze said to the servant, "Get madam some medicine." Lin Che turned around. Jiyu Jingze said, "You still have a cold. Take some medicine before you go in." After entering the bedroom, Lin Che sat on the bed. Jiyu Jingze took the medicine from the servant and waved the servant out. He said to Lin Che, "Open your mouth." Lin Che said, "I don't need to take medicine. I'm fine." Jiyu Jingze frowned. "Open your mouth. Be good." His voice was as deep as a cello. Lin Che's heart skipped a beat. She felt that it was rare to see such a perfect man like him. He was so charming, sexy, rich, and responsible. He treated her so well. Although it was only because of his strong sense of responsibility that he treated his nominal wife better and helped her do so many things, she still felt very touched. She suddenly thought that maybe one day after the divorce, she might not be able to find a man as perfect as him. Lin Che's heart ached a little. Jiyu Jingze said, "What are you daydreaming about? I told you to open your mouth and take the medicine. Don't play dumb with me." Lin Che blushed slightly. She turned her face away stubbornly. "No. You're really not taking medicine?" "I'm fine. It's not good to take medicine all the time. When I was young, I didn't take medicine even when I had a high fever of 40 degrees. I recovered slowly." 40 degrees. Jiyu Jingze looked at Lin Che. He felt that she was lucky to be alive today. "I finally understand why your IQ is so poor. It's because you had a high fever when you were young. Get lost." Lin Che raised her head and protested. "That's why I'm so healthy. I'm fine after losing so much blood last time. What you're doing is not scientific. Who doesn't take medicine when they have a high fever?" Jiyu Jingze insisted. Lin Che said, "Do you think everyone is like you, growing up with a silver spoon and having a team of doctors behind you? When I was young, I lived with a nanny. The nanny was busy every day and no one cared about me. Fortunately, I rarely got sick. I only remember one time when I had a high fever of 40 degrees. When I woke up in the middle of the night, I found that the nanny wasn't there. I ran out to find medicine. I didn't know how to read at that time, so I took a bunch of Huanglian Shangqing tablets instead of cold medicine. When the nanny came back, she was terrified. She thought that something was wrong with me and quickly sent me to a nearby clinic. Later, she found out that I was fine. The high fever had subsided on its own. The doctor said that if I was a child who took medicine all the time, I would have died long ago. Fortunately, my immune system is good." Jiyu Jingze's face darkened when he heard this. He looked at Lin Che's indifferent expression and pursed his thin lips into a line. Unknowingly, he had moved closer to Lin Che. Lin Che raised her head and met his dark eyes. She leaned back, but Jiyu Jingze said threateningly, "Hurry up and take the medicine. Don't force me to take extreme measures." Lin Che watched as he approached. His lips curved into a sharp line. His throat moved, and he felt his cheeks burning up. He turned his head, wanting to escape. "I'm really fine. Why would I take medicine if I'm fine?" At this moment, Jiyu Jingze directly stuffed the tablet into his mouth. His long arm reached over and pinched Lin Che's chin with one hand. Then, he poured the pill directly into her mouth. The slightly cold tip of his tongue, accompanied by the sweet and bitter smell of the medicine, went straight into Lin Che's mouth. Lin Che let out a whimper. Soon after, she felt his lips completely blocking her breath. The pill flowed down her throat, causing Lin Che to stop breathing. What was more depressing was that the pill had already gone down her throat, but the tip of his tongue was still in her mouth, lingering for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, he finally let go of her lips. Lin Che coughed violently. Jiyu Jingze saw that even the tip of her ears had turned red, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Seeing Lin Che raise her head, he passed the glass of water to her and said, "Drink some water and swallow it." Lin Che stared at him speechlessly. Jiyu Jingze moved closer and smiled. "Why? Do you want me to take extreme measures to make you drink water?" Lin Che's face exploded and she said angrily, "Get lost." With that said, she snatched the water and hurriedly took a big gulp. Jiyu Jingze nodded in satisfaction. "Good girl. Don't try to go against me next time." Lin Che thought that this person was really despicable. However, when she thought that he also wanted her to take the medicine as soon as possible, she felt a slight warmth in her heart. When she was young, other than the nanny, no one had ever cared so much about her. Jiyu Jingze glared at her. "Get a cold soon. Don't pass it on to me. Seriously, don't worry. I'm very strong. I'll definitely get better soon. Also, what you did just now is more likely to be contagious. Strong? You get sick so easily." Jiyu Jingze's gaze was fixed on her lips. "Saliva can be sterilized. It won't be contagious. Just take care of yourself." That was true. He was like a king who cared about the family. There were so many people around him who cared about him. She didn't need to worry at all. If he got a small cold, there would be a medical team to treat him immediately. After all, it was a completely different world from hers. Lin Che suddenly felt that there was a huge gap between them. Lin Che said, "Isn't it always an accident?" However, she was indeed a little busy. If she wasn't injured, she would be sick. She thought that Mo Hualing definitely wouldn't have so many problems. She couldn't help but blame herself. No wonder Jiyu Jingze liked Mo Hualing. Look at how obedient and sensible she was. Lin Che thought that perhaps many people were right not to think highly of her and Jiyu Jingze. A woman like Mo Hualing was more suitable for him. At least she, who was of equal status, lived a comfortable life and wouldn't have so many troubles in her life. And for a small fry like Lin Che, life was made up of many troubles. It was impossible to avoid them even if he wanted to. Jiyu Jingze said, "All right, lie down and sleep." "But I haven't washed up yet," Lin Che said. Jiyu Jingze said, "You still have a cold. Don't wash up. No one will dislike you anyway." "But, shut up and sleep," he said in a commanding tone as he covered her with the blanket. Lin Che thought that no one was more domineering than him. Chapter 68. At night, Jiyu Jingze was still sleeping on the sofa. When Lin Che got up to go to the bathroom, she saw Jiyu Jingze lying on the sofa. The sofa was a little short for him, who was 1.9 meters tall. He even had to put his feet on it. Lin Che felt a little uncomfortable looking at him. She looked down at him. Jiyu Jingze was asleep. His thin lips were tightly pursed, and his eyes were relaxed. They didn't look as fierce as they used to be, and they looked much gentler. His skin was so smooth that even women would be jealous of him. After looking at him for a while, she couldn't help but lean closer. This man was actually her husband. It was amazing when she thought about it. Moreover, her husband was really handsome. No celebrity or artist she had ever seen was more perfect than him. Of course, Jiyu Jingyu could be so popular because the Jiyu family's genes were really good. Moreover, Mr. President was also known as the most charming president in all these years. It could be seen that the Jiyu family's genes were really good. Lin Che realized that although they had been married for a long time, this was the first time she had looked at him so closely. So his eyelashes could be so long when she looked at him like this. So his eyes could lift so much when he looked at her like this. It turned out that his lips were so full. "So, what are you looking at so sneakily?" Jiyu Jingze's deep voice suddenly came. Lin Che almost fell to the ground. She looked up and saw him looking at her with a playful expression. His playful expression made Lin Che feel extremely embarrassed. I'm looking at you. What's wrong?" You're my husband. Can't I look at you? Lin Che pretended to be calm as she stared at Jiyu Jingze. The words "you're my husband" made his eyes move a little. His smile became wider and he moved closer. Lin Che wanted to step back when she saw his suddenly enlarged face. Jiyu Jingze pinched her chin and didn't let her move. Lin Che shouted, "Why are you so close to me? You're my wife. Why can't I get closer?" The words "you're my wife" made Lin Che's cheeks heat up. Jiyu Jingze looked at her lips teasingly. "Tell me, why are you so close to me? I want to see something on your face." Lin Che avoided his direct gaze. "How is that possible? There's nothing on my face." "Of course there are. There are so many eye ulcers." Lin Che made up a story. "Haha, do you think everyone is as sloppy as you?" Jiyu Jingze snorted. Lin Che glared at him fiercely. And he despised her. However, it was really strange. This man seemed to be able to be so elegant forever. Lying on the untimely sofa like this, his sleeping posture could also be so beautiful. It was as if he would not move at all for the whole night, and his face always looked so clean. "Are you going to tell me or not? What are you looking at?" He stared at Lin Che unrelentingly. If you don't say it, I'll kiss you." Jiyu Jingze moved closer. Lin Che jumped in fright. He felt as though he was about to bump into his nose, but he stopped just in time. He was neither too close nor too far away, using his breath to stir up her emotions, making her feel ticklish. You, wrong answer." As soon as Jiyu Jingze finished speaking, his lips immediately landed on hers, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Lin Che was shocked. You really kiss me?" Jiyu Jingze almost laughed out loud when he saw her panicking as if she had seen a ghost. "I never joke," Jiyu Jingze said seriously. Lin Che was so scared that she quickly pushed Jiyu Jingze away. Jiyu Jingze laughed when he saw her running away in panic. Hearing his teasing laughter, Lin Che really felt that she had lost all her face. She went straight into the bathroom and closed the door. Her heart felt as if it was about to burst out of her chest. No, she had to stay away from him. Otherwise, what should she do if this man liked to act like a hooligan? That night, Lin Che almost did not sleep well. The next day, Lin Che quickly received a piece of good news. The discussion about her on the news had disappeared. The police station did indeed quickly apologize, saying that it was just an accident and that everyone had wronged an innocent person. And Lin Che's advertisement was also confirmed very quickly. When Lin Che arrived at the company, Yu Minmin was waiting for her inside. When she saw her, her expression couldn't help but change before she let her in. "I heard that Center Myra has been banned." "Huh? Really?" Lin Che said curiously. "Who said that?" Yu Minmin said, "Everyone in the industry knows that Center Myra has offended someone, and the management company has already forced her to terminate her contract. Now, no management company dares to sign her again. She can take on jobs on her own, but the problem is that no one dares to hire her now. I reckon that she will slowly disappear in the future." Lin Che blinked. She felt that it was really quite easy for a person to disappear in the industry. Yu Minmin said, "I can tell that Jiyu Jingze dotes on you." Lin Che blushed and looked at Yu Minmin embarrassedly. But thinking about it, she felt that it wasn't true. Jiyu Jingze was just too responsible. He felt that he owed Mo Hualing because they were married, but he kept seeing her from time to time. However, she didn't think that their marriage was all because of her, nor did she think that it was his fault. Their marriage was a mistake made by both of them, and no one could blame the other. Lin Che sighed and said, "Sister Yu, you don't understand. It's not a matter of whether it hurts or not. But he is indeed a very good person." Yu Minmin smiled. "If people knew that you said that Jiyu Jingze is a very good person, they would be scared to death, okay? What's wrong?" Lin Che blinked, puzzled. Yu Minmin said, "Everyone knows that Jiyu Jingze is a tycoon who makes people tremble in fear. He's not easy to get close to. Plus, he's so good at the business world. Do you think that he's innocent?" Lin Che was stunned. Indeed, in the beginning, she had thought that Jiyu Jingze was very cold, troublesome, and annoying. But after getting to know him better, she didn't care so much anymore. She didn't think that Jiyu Jingza was that scary anymore. Yu Minmin said, "Alright, I'm going to rush for work soon. The production team has accepted a good promotion. You know about the show Winner of the Nation, right?" "Of course I know about it. Isn't that the Ace show? Everyone knows about it. The ratings are so high that both adults and children love to watch it. I grew up watching this show," Lin Che said. "This week, you'll be participating in this show. As one of the main characters, you'll be participating too. Make sure to prepare well." Hearing this, Lin Che said in surprise, "Can I participate too?" "Of course." Lin Che suddenly felt extremely happy. He didn't expect that one day, he would be able to participate in such a high ratings show. Chapter 69. Although Lin Che knew that since it was Jiyu Jingyu's TV series, there would definitely be such a high-class program to promote it before it started broadcasting, Lin Che didn't know that he would also have the opportunity to appear on stage. After all, when the time came, the production crew would have to discuss with the program team on the other side. Lin Che had been excitedly preparing for the program this time. When she went out, she saw that Jiyu Jingza had come to pick her up. Driving the car outside the company, Lin Che quickly said to Yu Minmin, "I'm leaving, Sister Yu." Yu Minmin nodded. "Go ahead." Glancing at the Jiyu family's low-key Porsche, her eyes moved. She hadn't expected that Lin Che was really related to Jiyu Jingza. She hadn't been able to tell what was so attractive about Lin Che before. However, after spending some time with her, she felt that although she was a little noisy, she was indeed very interesting and real. Lin Che got into the car and looked at Jiyu Jingza. "Why are you here to pick me up? Isn't it normal for a husband to pick up his wife?" he asked. Lin Che's heart skipped a beat. Jiyu Jingza smiled. "The Jiyu family wants us to go back, so I'm here to pick you up." She knew it. Lin Che felt embarrassed for his silly expression of being moved just now. He really wanted to slap himself a few times. Jiyu Jingza and Lin Che soon arrived at the Jiyu family's house. The security at the entrance was still very strict, but because they were following Jiyu Jingza, they just gave a signal and the car drove through the solemn bronze gate. Lin Che wasn't with Jiyu Jingza when they got inside. She went in and found Mu Wanqing. "Mom, I'm here," she said with a smile. Jiyu Jingza followed her in. Mu Wanqing was very happy to see Lin Che. She tugged at her and said, "Why did you lose weight?" Lin Che said, "Isn't it good to lose weight?" "Of course not." Mu Wanqing looked up. "Jingza, why didn't you take good care of Lin Che?" Jiyu Jingza was speechless. "She's stupid. She's always causing trouble for herself. She's either sick or in trouble. What can I do?" Mu Wanqing said, "Go, go, go. You're always finding excuses. Oh yeah, your brother is back. He's inside." Mu Wanqing said to Lin Che, "You haven't had a wedding yet, so you haven't seen the brothers. Go with Jingza." Lin Che didn't want to be with Jiyu Jingza at all. She glared at Jiyu Jingza and said coquettishly to Mu Wanqing, "I still want to accompany Mom for a while." "Why are you accompanying an old woman like me? Look, Jingza is glaring at me. You two are newlyweds, it's better to be together. Go." Lin Che could only watch Jiyu Jingza unwillingly as he followed him. Mu Wanqing followed them and went to see Jiyu Jingming. Jiyu Jingza looked at Lin Che, lowered his head and said, "Why? Why are you so reluctant to be with me?" Lin Che hurriedly turned his head away. "Why would I be unwilling?" Jiyu Jingza grabbed Lin Che's hand. "Then why aren't you looking at me?" Lin Che, whose hand was being held, stiffened. He looked down at his own hand and hurriedly asked him to let go. "Why am I not looking at you? I realized that you've really been avoiding me." "Why? What have I done that you don't like? Do you have to avoid me? I didn't do that, okay?" Lin Che couldn't look at his eyes that were glaring at her, nor could she tell him that whenever she saw him, she would have evil thoughts. So, she could only shake him off and quickly walk forward. "Hey, you." Jiyu Jingza frowned deeply behind her. Mu Wanqing looked at the two of them from behind and couldn't help but smile. It seemed that the two of them were getting along quite well. They didn't treat each other with respect. Instead, they were acting coquettishly, shamelessly, and noisy. Did that mean that their relationship was improving? Lin Che followed Jiyu Jingze inside. Lin Che said, "Hey, I thought there would be a lot of people following Mr. President." Jiyu Jingze's face was tense. He glared at her and said indifferently, "Why do we need people to follow us in our own home?" "Those bodyguards from the National Security Agency." Lin Che had seen them on TV. It was said that those people were very powerful. Jiyu Jingze said, "They aren't as skilled as the Jiyu family's own security guards, so we don't need them after we enter the Jiyu family." "Huh. Are the Jiyu family's security guards very good?" Jiyu Jingze looked at Lin Che as if he was looking at an idiot. "Don't you usually watch the news?" "Of course I do. I don't dare to report the Jiyu family's news directly, but there should be a lot of side reports. You can find them by searching on the internet." "Well, I usually only watch entertainment news." Jiyu Jingze looked at Lin Che speechlessly. "You're really boring. What's wrong? I love what I do. As an artist, of course I pay more attention to entertainment news." "Humph," Lin Che said unhappily. Jiyu Jingze couldn't help curling his lips as he looked at her angry face. Lin Che asked, "What exactly is the news? Just tell me." Jiyu Jingze heaved a sigh of relief. "The security guards of the Jiyu family have all received professional training abroad. The security guards of the State Security Bureau are no match for the security guards here. Every security guard here is a top-notch shooter, a top-notch fighter, a top-notch tracker, and an anti-tracker. Without top-notch skills, there's no way they can stand here." Jiyu Jingze sighed. "Wow, that's awesome. Aren't they very expensive?" Lin Che was very interested in this. Jiyu Jingze said calmly, "It's not that exaggerated. The few security guards only make 3 million a month." Lin Che felt that she couldn't look at these burly men anymore. So they were all rich people. Lin Che couldn't help but look back before following Jiyu Jingze. Jiyu Jingze looked at her miserly face and said, "All right, you're already the richest person in the world with me as your husband. Go away, narcissist." She glared at Jiyu Jingze. Jiyu Jingze couldn't help but smile. Soon, they arrived inside. It was rare for Jiyu Jingming to be wearing home clothes. He was sitting inside looking at things. It seemed that he was very busy and spent some time here to deal with business. "Brother, why are you so free today?" Jiyu Jingze's voice was very casual. Lin Che was still a little nervous. She didn't expect to be able to stand in front of the president one day. Moreover, he was her eldest uncle. When Jiyu Jingming saw Lin Che, he immediately smiled and walked up to her. "You must be my sister-in-law. It's our first time meeting. Forgive me for being a little busy. Also, Jingze protects you too well and rarely brings you home. Because it wasn't true love and he was too lazy to bring you home." Lin Che thought about it and shook hands with Jiyu Jingming with a smile. She felt that Jiyu Jingming was different from how he looked on TV. On TV, he didn't look like the other two brothers of the Jiyu family, but up close, she could clearly see the similarities. Chapter 70. The two of them shook hands naturally. Mu Wanqing smiled and said, "Sit down." "What are you looking at?" Lin Che quickly walked to Mu Wanqing's side. "Mom, I want to sit with you." Mu Wanqing wanted to say something, but she thought that it would be convenient for Jiyu Jingming and Jiyu Jingze to chat next to each other, so she didn't say anything. She looked at Lin Che and said, "If you cling to me like this, Jingze will be angry." Lin Che hugged Mu Wanqing's arm and acted coquettishly. "If he's angry, then let him be. I like Mom the most. I don't like him." Mu Wanqing liked to cling to her daughter like this. She had always wanted to have a daughter like this. Now that Lin Che was being so affectionate, Mu Wanqing seemed to be relieved of her worries. She couldn't help but be happier. She held on to Lin Che and let him be. On the other hand, Jiyu Jingze's gaze fell on Lin Che. When he heard Jiyu Jingming call him, he turned his head again. The chances of winning the election this time should still be here. Jiyu Jingze and Jiyu Jingming began to talk about serious matters. Jiyu Jingze said, "The trend in Country C is not obvious. The votes in 2 cities are still uncertain. It's City H and City S, that's right. There are more grassroots people in City H. If Big Brother is willing to marry a commoner's wife, I'm sure you can exchange for a lot of votes. I will build a series of OEM factories in City S to absorb the workers here. That way, only City H is left. Big Brother also happens to be missing a wife." Jiyu Jingming's face stiffened as he looked at Mu Wanqing. That's right, your brother is right. Jingming, you're already so old, it's time to consider getting married. Only when a man has a family can he give people a stable and mature feeling. Isn't this better for your career? Furthermore, you're already so old. Mu Wanqing was very excited when she heard this. Yes, your brother is right, Jingming. Mom. Jiyu Jingming put down his teacup and glared at Jiyu Jingze. Now that his matter has been resolved, you're focusing on me? Mu Wanqing said, I think what Jingze said makes sense. Actually, a girl from a commoner's family is also good. She's real, unpretentious, and doesn't have that many bad intentions. Jingming, if possible, I'll help you find a few. They're all good teachers and doctors. Lin Che didn't expect that the president would also be embarrassed by the forced marriage, so he couldn't help but watch the show. Jiyu Jingming's expression changed slightly as he looked outside. He was speechless. Mu Wanqing thought of something and looked at Jiyu Jingze and Lin Che. Don't watch the show. Although you're married now, it's time for Jingze to have a child. I won't force you. I know you're all developing your careers, but you have to start thinking about it. Do you hear me? Lin Che was stunned and panicked. Unexpectedly, he met Jiyu Jingze's expression. The two of them looked at each other. Lin Che was worried that Jiyu Jingze would be angry, so he quickly said, Mom, we still want to spend time alone. For the time being, we don't want to have children. Mu Wanqing thought about it and said, That's true. You haven't been married for long, so you definitely won't be willing. Jiyu Jingze furrowed his brows as he looked at Lin Che's panicked expression the moment he heard about children. If he and Lin Che had a child, he couldn't help but think that if he and Lin Che had a child, the child would definitely be very beautiful. Lin Che's skin was as white as milk, and he wasn't ugly either. If they had a child in the future, there wouldn't be any flaws. However, IQ would probably depend on luck. If he inherited Lin Che's stupid brain, the future would be worrying. Lin Che saw that Jiyu Jingze was frowning tightly, so he quickly said, Yes. Also, if we have a child, Mom won't like me anymore. She will only like the child. I still want Mom to love me for a while longer. You're still too young. Let's talk about it when you're older. Mu Wanqing patted her shoulder lovingly. Lin Che heaved a sigh of relief and smiled at Jiyu Jingze, whose face was still gloomy. Jiyu Jingze raised his eyebrows and calmly picked up his cup to drink. He couldn't be bothered with her. Lin Che thought, how stingy. Didn't I already say that I won't have children? This made him angry. However, in the next moment, he felt something silently approaching from under the table. When those toes touched her delicate thighs, Lin Che was stunned and immediately stiffened. She glared at Jiyu Jingze, who was still serious, and cursed him in her heart. What the hell was he doing? However, his foot was still moving up. Her skirt was lifted up, and then she felt his skin on her thighs slowly moving upwards, directly towards her sensitive area. Lin Che immediately turned his body. Mu Wanqing said in surprise, What's wrong? Lin Che blushed. No, there are just mosquitoes. Hearing this, Mu Wanqing raised her hand and said, What's wrong? There are mosquitoes in the room. The helper quickly came in to deal with it. Lin Che looked at it and glared at Jiyu Jingze fiercely. However, he saw that Jiyu Jingze still acted as if nothing had happened. He quietly drank his tea, his movements elegant and composed. Lin Che thought gloomily, he's simply a beast in human clothing. Just as Lin Che collected his thoughts and steadied himself in his seat, he felt it again. This time, his long arm was directly stretched out under the table, his fingertips lightly grasping her thigh. The rough sensation caused her entire body to tremble. Damn stinky man. How could he be a hooligan at this time? Opposite her, the corners of Jiyu Jingza's lips curled up slightly. He touched the soft touch in his hand and raised his eyes, as if he was very happy. The blazing heat was faintly transmitted along with his palm. She seemed to be able to feel him slowly stroking her. The heat of the friction made her body even more tense. A tingling sensation spread throughout her body bit by bit. His touch seemed to have some sort of magical power. She really wanted to slap his hand away, but there was someone else at the table. Lin Che could only sit there and move uneasily. She glared at the man opposite her, looking as if she wanted to eat him up. However, the man opposite her acted as if nothing had happened. He still raised his eyelids, looking so relaxed. Lin Che was really impressed. His acting skills were even more professional than hers, okay? Lin Che finally couldn't take it anymore. Mu Wanqing looked at Lin Che strangely. Are there any mosquitoes? Lin Che nodded vigorously and glared at the man opposite her. Yes, big mosquitoes. Mu Wanqing was stunned and looked at the man opposite her. Jiyu Jingza calmly raised his head and looked at Lin Che with an innocent gaze. Mu Wanqing smiled and glanced at the two of them. She thought to herself, the more she looked at them, the more compatible they were. Chapter 71. Jiyu Jingming's shrewd gaze swept across the two of them. After a while, he smiled knowingly. Mu Wanqing immediately thought of Jiyu Jingming's marriage. Jingming, look at how happy your brother is. You should hurry up and find yourself a wife. Mom, don't worry about me. Since you want to have a grandson, you should urge Jingza to work harder. It's more practical. Why did it involve her and Jiyu Jingza again? Lin Che straightened his back awkwardly. Mu Wanqing snorted. That won't do. You're older than them. Why haven't you found a girlfriend yet? Lin Che knew that many people had been speculating about the president's marriage ever since he took office. However, Jiyu Jingming had never been anxious. Now that he had been in office for almost 3 years, everyone was starting to guess why the president was still unmarried. At first, no one had brought it up. However, coincidentally, there was a new election this year. Whether or not he could be re-elected depended on the last few months of the year. Therefore, Jiyu Jingming's marriage was once again brought up by others. After that, Mu Wanqing said, the room is ready for tonight. All right, I won't disturb the two of you anymore. Go back and rest. Jingza, don't chat with Jingna for too long. It's too boring to leave Lin Che alone in the room. Lin Che looked at Jiyu Jingza, who was sitting opposite him. Staying here again, knowing that the two brothers hadn't seen each other for a long time and probably had a lot to talk about, Lin Che tactfully left. Watching Lin Che leave, Jiyu Jingming smiled and said to Jiyu Jingza, sister-in-law looks pretty good. Jiyu Jingza sighed. I was forced to do it. Jiyu Jingming smiled and looked at Jiyu Jingza. I don't think you were forced to do it. Did you force yourself to be so nice to her? Jiyu Jingming asked. Jiyu Jingza said, since I married her, she is my wife. I should treat her well. Otherwise, she is only 23 years old. This kind of marriage is too unfair to her. Jiyu Jingming looked to the side and didn't say anything. Suddenly recalling something, Jiyu Jingming asked, you called me the other day and asked me if there was a person, what's his name? He accidentally barged into the Glass Palace's guards. The president's residence was called Glass Palace, so the guards were also called Glass Palace guards. They were the strictest security guards around the president. Jiyu Jingza recalled what had happened that day. Yes, it was Lin Che's agent. Did I disturb you that day? Jiyu Jingming paused for a second and his eyes became colder. No. That's good. What's her name? Call him Yu Minmin, Jiyu Jingza said. Jiyu Jingming still nodded with an ambiguous meaning. The two of them chatted for a while before returning to their respective rooms. Jiyu Jingming watched Jiyu Jingza leave and said to his secretary, go and check on Yu Minmin. Make sure she didn't leave anything behind that day. The Secretary General naturally understood. He nodded and retreated. Lin Che paced back and forth in his room for a long time. When he heard the door open, he jumped out of bed. Seeing Jiyu Jingze come in, Lin Che called out to him with a red face, "Jiyu Jingze, what did you do just now?" Jiyu Jingze looked indifferent. "What did I do just now?" Seeing that he was playing dumb, Lin Che shouted angrily, "You touched me down there." Jiyu Jingze sat down and looked up at Lin Che. "So what? You're a pervert." Jiyu Jingze spread his hands and said, "I did that to make our married life seem more real." Lin Che's face darkened. "But you acted very naturally just now." Jiyu Jingze smiled. "You were very natural too." No. My acting is bad. It's not as natural as yours." Jiyu Jingze raised his eyebrows and smiled. "So you mean that your expression just now was actually you acting? Then, your face was so red. Was it real?" Lin Che's face turned even redder. "Who's blushing? Do you want me to show you in the mirror?" Jiyu Jingze got up and moved closer. Lin Che quickly took a few steps back. No need. Lin Che really admired him. Under such circumstances, he could still perform so well. His acting was so good that she still couldn't tell if it was real or fake. Looking at Jiyu Jingze's smiling gaze, which seemed to be looking into her soul, she quickly excused herself and went into the bathroom. Take a shower, change her clothes, sleep early, and leave this place as soon as possible. In short, it was better not to come to the Jiyu family's house in the future. Even now, she could still feel the lingering sensation of him at the base of her thighs. An electric current streaked through her body, and she quickly shook her head, forgetting that passionate feeling. The next day, Lin Che followed the company to participate in the popular variety show, Winner of the Nation, which had high ratings. The company attached great importance to it, so Yu Minmin helped Lin Che borrow expensive clothes. Looking at the clothes and high heels in the bag, Yu Minmin smiled and said, "This is really not bad. However, the Jiyu family should have lots and lots of clothes that are more expensive than this." Lin Che said, "Really? But I can't read the brands, so I don't know which ones are expensive. Can you help me take a look next time, Sister Yu?" "Me? Forget it. Is the Jiyu family a place where anyone can just enter?" Isn't it?" Lin Che was a little surprised. Yu Minmin didn't bother to explain to her. "Of course you can. We can't." "Okay, get ready and go get your makeup done." Lin Che soon arrived at the TV station. There was a special makeup room for this show. Lin Che was very excited along the way and looked around. Soon, Lin Li arrived as well. Seeing that Lin Che was also participating in the show, she snorted and walked past Lin Che. The value of this program has dropped. Even cats and dogs can participate in it. Lin Li's loud voice came from the back. Yu Minmin glanced at Lin Li and said to Lin Che casually, "I heard that the girl named Center Myra has just been frozen. I don't know if it's true or not. Someone saw her go to a small town to visit a den. She even paid 10,000 yuan for one show. Looks like she really needs money." Lin Li's expression changed when she heard that. Thinking that Jiyu Jingze was afraid of her, she snorted, raised her head arrogantly, and walked out in her high heels. "The air here is so bad. Let's go to the private makeup room." Lin Li left with her assistant. Lin Che said, "Wherever I go, I get annoyed." Yu Minmin smiled. Then, her phone rang. She looked at the number and was shocked. She told Lin Che that she would go out to answer the call and left. Yu Minmin didn't pick up the phone until she was outside. "Hello. Miss Yu, I want to talk to you face to face. If it's convenient, I can come to you." Yu Minmin took a deep breath. "I already said that it was an accident. I didn't plan it. Can we talk face to face?" "Okay. If you're worried that I'll secretly record it, then we can talk face to face." Inside. Lin Li peeked at Lin Che inside and her face turned green with anger. She pulled her assistant over and said, "Find Lin Che's clothes later. Do you see her bag? It must be the clothes she's going to wear tonight. You can go in later." Chapter 72. After a while, in the makeup room. The assistant's petite figure slipped into the room quietly. In front of him, Lin Che had just finished his makeup. He heard the commotion outside but couldn't find Yu Minmin. He could only ask the makeup artist what happened. The makeup artist said, "It must be because Jiyu Jingyu is here." As soon as she said that, Jiyu Jingyu pushed open the door and walked in. It was the first time that the makeup artist saw Jiyu Jingyu in a public makeup room. She looked at Jiyu Jingyu and smiled. Jiyu Jingyu came to Lin Che's side and sat down with a smile. "Hey, you've lost weight. Why? Can't you see me every day now that you're done? Are you tired because of Yi?" Lin Che looked at him speechlessly. The makeup artist next to them had been listening to their conversation. She didn't expect that Jiyu Jingyu was still so fond of joking. His image was so different from before. Moreover, this kind of person who usually walked around with his personal stylist was not someone ordinary makeup artists like them could interact with. This time, they were all very happy to see Jiyu Jingyu at such a close distance. Not long after, the director sent someone to rush them and said that they were about to start filming. Lin Che put on the last bit of makeup and put on the clothes he had brought. She was wearing a pale white one-piece dress with embroidered patterns and a pair of high heels, which made her look very comfortable. She was very suitable for this kind of variety show. Jiyu Jingyu patted her shoulder. "Good luck." Lin Che was still a little nervous. He took a deep breath and walked in. The show soon started with the music. Because of Jiyu Jingyu, the production team didn't dare to make it too exaggerated. There were very few games and they mainly let Jiyu Jingyu do the interview. Lin Che watched Lin Li walk out as well. She glanced at Lin Che and snorted. Then, she raised her head with an arrogant expression. Then, all the main cast went on stage. Lin Che stood high up on the stage and looked at the fans who were cheering passionately. The headlights made his face feel hot. Lin Che was about to go forward when Lin Li squeezed him to the side. Lin Che was stunned. She didn't know how to squeeze back because she didn't have much stage experience. At this moment, Jiyu Jingyu grabbed Lin Che and pulled him to his side. The experienced host on the other side naturally noticed this immediately. He smiled as he watched the first line of people line up properly. His gaze swept over Lin Che and Jiyu Jingyu. We noticed that Lin Che had nowhere to stand, so Jingyu pulled him to his side immediately. The host changed the topic to Jiyu Jingyu and Lin Che. Behind them, Lin Li looked at Lin Che who was standing beside Jiyu Jingyu, and her face froze. Lin Che looked a little embarrassed, but Jiyu Jingyu said generously, "It's Lin Che's first time on the stage, so she has no experience. As her senior, I should give her a hand." The host immediately said, "Ayo, Jingyu is so considerate." "Lin Che, how does it feel to be cared for by Jingyu?" Lin Che smiled and said, "Caring. I feel like I might be beaten to death by his fans after the show. Can the security guards from your production team take care of me later? How does it feel to be cared for by Jingyu?" The audience laughed. Lin Che seemed to have slowly found the feeling. Because of Jiyu Jingyu, her topics of conversation also increased. During the interview, she actually had the opportunity to talk about most of the time. As for Lin Li and the others, they only introduced them to each other and interviewed Lin Li about her recent engagement. That was all. Lin Li's face darkened with anger. She glared at Lin Che who was joking in front of her. Lin Che was lively and relaxed during the interview, which made people feel comfortable. Seeing her interview so well, Lin Li couldn't help but think, "It's all because of Jiyu Jingyu's help." Humph. Lin Li thought viciously. But you won't be happy for long. As he thought about it, he cast a malicious glance at her sharp stiletto heels. Then, the host asked all the main cast to pick up the candy in the basket and distribute it to the audience. The audience was excited, especially when they looked in Jiyu Jingyu's direction, asking for candy. Just as Lin Che was grabbing a handful of sweets and throwing them down, he already felt that something was wrong with his shoes. He furrowed his brows and wanted to lower his head to take a look, but it was too late. When he grabbed another handful of sweets, he heard the heels of his shoes suddenly move. Lin Che's feet slipped and she almost fell. The people behind her exclaimed. Fortunately, Jiyu Jingyu immediately supported Lin Che from the side. Lin Che's heels broke. The host was stunned. "Oh, your shoes are broken. Change your shoes." Lin Che blushed. She felt the camera was still on her. In a moment of panic, she looked up and said with a smile, "Am I that heavy? Even my heels can't hold my weight." Everyone burst into laughter when they heard that. Lin Che hardened her heart and immediately took off her shoes, breaking off the heel of her high heels. She then took off her other shoe as well, and with a forceful knock on the stairs, the heels of her shoes broke off as well. She threw the heels away, and under everyone's astonished gazes, she put her shoes back on. "I'm done." The host was stunned, but he reacted quickly. "Lin Che, you're such a tomboy." Jiyu Jingyu said, "Yes. No one in the crew treats her as a woman." Lin Che looked up at the camera and smiled. The series of dashing moves just now was recorded in the camera. The director smiled and nodded. He reminded his assistant, "Keep this part. It's good and effective. It can be used as a preview." Involuntarily, the people below the stage also looked at Lin Che. This girl was quite nimble. Lin Li snorted. She felt much better seeing Lin Che embarrass herself in front of her. However, she didn't expect Lin Che to be so calm in the face of danger. It was a pity that she didn't fall flat on her face. Lin Che returned to the program. When he turned around, he saw Lin Li's smug look, and an idea came to him. Everything went smoothly until the end of the show. Jiyu Jingyu got off the show and looked at Lin Che. "Is your leg okay?" Lin Che looked up and smiled. "I'm fine. Thank you for today." She was really grateful for Jiyu Jingyu's help. Jiyu Jingyu said, "Don't say it. Treat me to a meal next time." Lin Che agreed generously. "Okay, I will." Then, she saw Lin Li walking away with her head held high. Lin Che's smile froze on her face. Yu Minmin had already come back. What the hell happened just now? Yu Minmin was also shocked to see such a frightening but not dangerous scene from below. Lin Che picked up the heels. "I don't know what happened. These shoes are expensive." Yu Minmin picked up the shoe and examined it. She said, "This was obviously damaged. There are traces of it being cut." Lin Che narrowed his eyes and snorted. "I know who did it. Lin Li. Who else could it be?" Chapter 73. Yu Minmin walked out with Lin Che. As they walked, Yu Minmin said, "Luckily, you did well this time. There shouldn't be any problems." Lin Che said, "This Lin Li is really all-pervasive." Yu Minmin looked at her with a smile. "Aren't you two sisters?" Lin Che said, "Forget it. The Lin family doesn't even remember that they have a daughter like me. You've been raising me for a long time. You should know." Yu Minmin looked at Lin Che with a smile. "I don't really understand the ways of the rich and powerful. My family is just a commoner. I send money to my mother every month so that my brother can go to school. That's enough." Lin Che said, "Commoner? I'm a commoner too." Yu Minmin said, "Okay. We don't have anyone to rely on and we have to rely on ourselves. But you should be much better now. Look, Jiyu Jingza is so good to you and your career is on the rise." Lin Che said, "Forget it. My career is more reliable." "Men, why? Do I think Jiyu Jingza is also very reliable?" Lin Che said, "He's just more responsible to me now." "Responsible?" Yu Minmin asked curiously. Lin Che said, "Anyway, it's very complicated. Forget it. I'll take it one step at a time. Anyway, I have to work hard for my career." Yu Minmin said, "That's right. Career is the most reliable. Money is in your hands." Yu Minmin smiled as she looked at her silly face. To Lin Che's surprise, the next day, the video of her on the show was immediately posted on the internet by the netizens. In the video, she knocked off the heels of her shoes and put them back on. She continued recording the show as if nothing had happened. Everyone thought that Lin Che was very professional. Moreover, her movements were very cool. They couldn't help but think that this was a real tough girl. She was beautiful, but not pretentious at all. She was so free and easy. The number of fans on Lin Che's Weibo continued to increase. On the last Weibo post, there were already thousands of people leaving comments. Lin Che scrolled through Weibo for a long time at home. She felt her vanity swelled as she read the comments. The news that day came out soon. The headline was that Lin Che and Jiyu Jingyu participated in the show together. Jiyu Jingyu protected Lin Che handsomely, and Lin Che was worried that she would be attacked by fans. In comparison, Lin Che had the most pictures among all the actresses on the show that day. The company was very happy. The CEO praised Lin Che and said that she had a bright future. Jiyu Jingzi saw Lin Che giggled on the sofa and walked over. Che. Lin Che said proudly, I suddenly feel that I have the possibility of becoming famous. Look, I already have millions of fans. Really? Jiyu Jingzi glanced at her and smiled. He felt that she was really easy to satisfy. Jingyu already has tens of millions of fans, right? Lin Che raised his head. Jiyu Jingyu is an A-list movie star, okay? I'm just a newcomer. She went back and Lin and Che went to go and went. Lin went. Lin Chen went back to the room and went. Lin Che walked out. She looked in the mirror and realized that the clothes were translucent. Lin Che shouted at the people outside, Jiyu Jingzi, who bought these pajamas? They look so weird. Jiyu Jingzi said, how so? Lin Che said, they look weird. Jiyu Jingzi frowned. He opened the wardrobe and said, they seem to be new clothes from my mother. Lin Che said gloomily, your mother has such a bad taste. Why did she make such ambiguous clothes? Maybe she wants to have a grandson soon. He smiled. Lin Che looked at himself in the mirror. Help me get another set of pajamas. Jiyu Jingzi looked at the different sets of pajamas. Every one of them was very attractive. He couldn't help but be curious about how Lin Che would look in these seductive pajamas. He looked around but couldn't find a normal set of pajamas. It seemed that his mother had made up her mind to make them a couple. That was why she got so many clothes. Jiyu Jingzi said, I don't have any clothes to wear. What should I do? Lin Che thought for a while and said, lend me your clothes. Mine? Jiyu Jingzi said, just wear it. I've seen every part of your body. No. Don't worry. I won't let you wear them after I wear them. You have so many that you haven't worn before. It's not a big deal to lend me one. After a while, Jiyu Jingzi knocked on the door, and Lin Che opened the door carefully. Inside, the water mist from the shower, accompanied by the fragrance of the shower gel, drifted out leisurely. Jiyu Jingzi looked at her cheeks, which were covered with a blush like a baby's face, and couldn't help but feel his body freeze. Lin Che didn't notice his abnormality. He grabbed the clothes and closed the door. Soon, Lin Che changed and went out. Satisfied with his loose clothes, he said cheerfully, I'm smart. Hearing the sound, Jiyu Jingzi turned his head and saw a cloud of white mist floating past. Lin Che was wearing his pajamas. It was big and bloated, making his body seem even more petite. The sleeves were too long and were rolled up. His fair arms were swaying back and forth like lotus roots. The collar was too wide. His collarbone and chest, which were not wearing anything, were faintly discernible. Jiyu Jingzi turned his head, his Adam's apple faintly moving back and forth. When a woman wore a man's pajamas, it would be very ambiguous. It was easy for people to think of many strange things. Jiyu Jingzi turned his head and said, Lin Che, change back into your clothes. Lin Che turned back in surprise. What's wrong? I'll get someone to buy clothes for you, he said as he stood up and opened the door without looking at her enchanting body. Lin Che pursed his lips. It won't be ruined. Fine, fine. Since you don't like it, I'll return it to you. Lin Che said, but if you get someone to change my clothes, Mom won't find it strange and suspect our relationship, right? After all, if they were husband and wife, it shouldn't be a big deal for them to wear that kind of translucent clothes. Jiyu Jingzi glanced at Lin Che and walked over. He said in a low voice, I have a way to make them not feel strange. Lin Che looked at him strangely. Jiyu Jingzi smiled and picked up Lin Che's translucent clothes. He exerted force with both hands and the thin fabric was immediately torn apart. Lin Che's face turned green. Jiyu Jingza opened the door and said, "What kind of clothes are these? They will be ruined if you tear them. Help Madam change into something more sturdy." He put the torn pajamas aside. The servants looked at it and couldn't help but look at each other. Were they too excited that the clothes couldn't stand it? Lin Che's face turned red. This damned Jiyu Jingza. The servants hurriedly took the normal pajamas and glanced at the two of them. Their eyes were full of ambiguity, as if to say that they were too intense. Chapter 74. The door was closed. Lin Che glared at Jiyu Jingza, who had a calm expression on his face. Jiyu Jingza raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong?" Lin Che stomped her foot at him. Then she grabbed her pajamas and quickly went inside. Jiyu Jingza pursed his lips and smiled as he watched her enter the room. Looking at the different colors and styles of the pajamas, he couldn't help feeling a little regretful. She had a good figure. She would look good in these clothes. Jiyu Jingza picked up the clothes and looked at them regretfully. Then he heard the door open and Lin Che came out. Lin Che changed his clothes and heaved a sigh of relief. The pajamas were a long linen dress. It looked like a bucket and didn't show off her figure at all. Lin Che felt great. Jiyu Jingza threw away the pajamas and looked up at Lin Che's clothes with narrowed eyes. These servants. What kind of clothes did they bring? Lin Che returned to the bed comfortably. After sitting down with her legs crossed, she picked up the nail clipper and trimmed her toenails. Jiyu Jingza looked at her speechlessly. Lin Che's fair and tender legs were crossed, revealing a white spot in the middle of her underwear. It was so small, triangular underwear with a bit of lace on it, causing the tender flesh around it to show a few marks. Jiyu Jingza couldn't help but take a few steps closer. Seeing her indecent movements, he felt depressed in his heart. However, his gaze couldn't help but wander deeper, wishing that she could move a little more. That way, more tender flesh would definitely be revealed. After Lin Che was done with her nails, she grabbed her fair feet and blew on them. When she lifted her feet, the inside was even more exposed. Jiyu Jingza couldn't stand it anymore. "Lin Che, can't you sit like a woman?" Lin Che looked up. "What's wrong with me? What's wrong? Do you want to know?" Jiyu Jingza raised his eyebrows. Before Lin Che could react, Jiyu Jingza had already walked in front of her. Lowering his head, he placed his hands on either side of her and pulled her petite body into his embrace. Just a little more and he would have pushed her to the ground. Lin Che's eyes flickered as he stared at the man who had appeared out of nowhere. His gaze was unfathomable. His gaze landed on her chest. It was as if a large hand was caressing it. Lin Che felt uncomfortable and wanted to move away a little. "What are you doing?" Lin Che's eyes flashed. "You seduced me first." Jiyu Jingza's breath smelled like orchids. "You." "I didn't. Never wear this around a man." His gaze was filled with warning as he scanned her body. His voice was dark and husky, like the beautiful sound of a cello. "Why?" "Why, because they're too easy to take off." His gaze followed the wide hem, as if he could see through the clothes and into her body. Lin Che was stunned. In the next moment, his long arms pulled her into his embrace. Lin Che was shocked and fell into the soft quilt on the bed. She quickly grabbed his hand and struggled. "Jiyu Jingza, you're a hooligan." "Sure, don't move." His long arms reached out from behind and wrapped around her body. His magnetic voice was like a magic that pierced her ears. "Otherwise, I'll really be a hooligan." "But..." Lin Che was about to move when she really felt something behind her. It was so obvious that it was pressing against her body. She was stunned. Her eyes widened. After she figured out what it was, her heart skipped a beat and she didn't dare to move around recklessly. Jiyu Jingza hugged her just like that. "All right, that's it. Sleep." "What?" Jiyu Jingza frowned. "I'm asking you to sleep. Don't you understand?" "But or do you want to exercise a bit before sleeping?" He was almost biting her ear as he whispered. There was a hidden meaning in his voice. Lin Che's body was extremely stiff. She felt as if her blood was flowing backwards and her brain was dizzy. "No, no, sleep," she said hurriedly. Lying in his arms for a while, she seemed to feel that the thing pressing against her back finally relaxed a lot. Only then did she let out a sigh of relief. Jiyu Jingze felt that the woman in his arms was becoming more and more relaxed. Slowly, shallow breaths came to him. He also slowly relaxed his body. However, a certain part of his body was obviously not as sensible as other parts. He sighed. Looking at the woman sleeping soundly in his arms, he carefully changed the position of his arm. He lowered his head and could still smell the fragrance of her hair. He closed his eyes fiercely. What an idiotic woman. The next day, when Lin Che woke up, she realized that Jiyu Jingze was no longer there. Lin Che ran out and saw Jiyu Jingze eating at the entrance of the dining room. Jiyu Jingze didn't look good, as if he hadn't slept well. Lin Che walked over embarrassedly. She remembered what happened after she fell asleep in his arms last night. She had already forgotten. She asked Jiyu Jingze, "What's wrong? Is it because I don't sleep well at night?" "Actually, I toss and turn easily when I sleep." "No." He only moved his arm uncomfortably. The arm that she was using as her pillow was a little stiff. It was the result of not moving for a whole night. The helper quickly brought breakfast up for Lin Che. Lin Che raised her head and thanked them politely. After breakfast, Lin Che wanted to go to work. Jiyu Jingze said, "I'll bring you along." "Let's go." Lin Che quickly stood up. "Really? I'll go and change." Jiyu Jingze shook his head speechlessly as he watched Lin Che run in. She was always acting like a lunatic. The helper smiled as she tidied up the things and said, "Sir, are you really going to change all the clothes that Madam sent to Madam?" Jiyu Jingze thought of those strangely shaped pajamas. "Throw them all away." "Okay, but it's a pity that they're all the right sizes for Madam." The helper said, "The other pajamas have already been placed on the table." Jiyu Jingze nodded. The helper heard Lin Che's voice and guessed that he was looking for clothes again. Jiyu Jingze said gloomily, "She's so clumsy." The helper laughed. "Everyone has their flaws. Madam is such a nice person. It doesn't matter if she's clumsy. She's a nice person." Jiyu Jingze raised his eyebrows. The helper said, "Yes, Madam doesn't put on airs at all. She treats us servants like her own family. No matter what we do, Madam always says that we're good and often gives us clothes that we can't wear off. She doesn't forget to bring us supper when she comes back. Madam is really nice." Lin Che walked out very quickly. Jiyu Jingze looked at Lin Che's shadow quietly. He narrowed his eyes and looked deeper and deeper. Lin Che came out and said in surprise, "What's wrong?" Jiyu Jingze stood up and put on his clothes. "It's nothing. Let's go." Lin Che had to attend a promotional event today, so he simply put on his clothes. After all, he still had to put on makeup when he arrived at the office. Chapter 75. The TV series was finally going to air after everyone had been waiting for it. At this time, the advertisements of Sword Emotions could be seen everywhere. Sometimes, Lin Che could even see them when she was shopping. However, she had just gained some popularity. After all, she wasn't a household name like Jiyu Jingyu. People didn't know what she looked like, so even if she went shopping, no one would pay attention to her. She was just like an ordinary person. However, it could be seen that the first episode of the TV series had attracted a lot of attention. The TV series ratings were steadily at the top, and the news about Sword Emotions was always on the list. The leading actors in the TV series were also pulled out to create all kinds of hype. Jiyu Jingyu, of course, had a lot of fans. His fans followed him to do publicity every day, which made people envious. Mu Feiran was a low-key person and didn't like to do publicity. She only went to a few important places. It could be seen that she had the style of a big shot. As for a small actor like Lin Che, she could only go to the places where she was needed and follow them to do publicity. However, she gained a lot. Gradually, she was able to answer the reporters' questions. She began to learn from Jiyu Jingyu and knew how to beat around the bush. Jiyu Jingyu had been taking good care of her all the way, so her reputation had also risen. What made people happier was that Lin Che's role as a tough woman in the TV series was very popular. Soon, some people claimed to be Lin Che's fans and a fan club was established. Lin Che knew that this was just a temporary effect. Whether it could last or not depended on the development in the future. However, even so, she was already very satisfied. One day, when they went to the Jiyu mansion for dinner, the TV series was playing. Jiyu Jingze saw it at first glance. In the TV series, Lin Che was holding a whip in her hand and looked very handsome. Jiyu Jingze didn't expect that Lin Che could have such a side. He couldn't help but watch the TV series that he had never watched before. He didn't expect that Lin Che, who was usually so muddle-headed, was really good at acting. The two of them had dinner at the Jiyu family and were about to return to their own homes. While waiting for the driver at the door, Lin Che suddenly said, "Actually, this place is quite close to home. Why do we have to wait for the driver? Let's walk back. We ate so much tonight, and it's good for digestion." Behind them, Qin Hao was just about to say something to stop Jiyu Jingze when he saw Jiyu Jingze calmly reaching out his hand to stop Qin Hao from saying anything. Jiyu Jingze looked up at the sky and secretly gave the bodyguards behind him a look. He then nodded at Lin Che and said, "All right, I'll listen to you." When they were outside, the bodyguards quietly dispersed. Jiyu Jingze looked back and understood what was going on. Then he relaxed and walked along the street with Lin Che. This was the famous wealthy district of B City. Behind it were garden villas and manors. There weren't many people. However, Lin Che felt that there were fewer people than usual today. She didn't notice that there were many bodyguards following behind her. She felt very comfortable walking on the road. The streetlights on the side of the road illuminated a stone path. It looked very serene. Looking from afar, it looked very interesting. Lin Che saw handmade soaps on the side and was attracted by the gadgets. He called out and quickly walked over. "Jiyu Jingze, look, this bunny is really made. I think I won't be able to bear to use it when I buy it." When the shop owner saw the people following behind him, he felt that they had an extraordinary aura. They didn't look like ordinary people, especially the bodyguards in black who were following them. They made people shudder. Thus, he was very fearful and respectful of the few big shots who suddenly came to the shop. He said to Lin Che carefully, "These are all handmade. You can make them on the spot. They are definitely made with the most natural spices." When Jiyu Jingze heard that, he said to Lin Che, "If you like it, you can try making one yourself." Lin Che said, "Really? Can I make one myself?" The shop owner quickly said, "Of course you can. We provide handmade molds for our customers." Lin Che was very happy. She was smiling so widely that her mouth was open. Jiyu Jingze looked at her and the corner of his lips also curled up slightly. Lin Che was really a very easily satisfied person. He could smile so happily for such a small thing. When the two of them went inside, the bodyguards outside naturally retracted and waited quietly outside. Lin Che looked at Jiyu Jingze and smiled mischievously. "Boss, I want to make a handmade soap like this one. Do you think it's okay?" The shop owner said, "Well, it's not impossible." Jiyu Jingze was standing beside her. When he heard that, he lowered his head and smiled. "Don't you think it's a little inappropriate?" "How is it inappropriate?" Lin Che said. Jiyu Jingze laughed secretly. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. "Handmade soap is for bathing, isn't it? Do you mean that you want to use my handmade soap to rub all over your body when you bathe?" Lin Che blushed. "I didn't mean that." Jiyu Jingze lowered his head even more. Looking at her little neck, he took a quiet breath and purposely pressed his lips against her hair. He said softly, "It's okay. I'm looking forward to it. Do it." "No, I don't want to do it. I want to be a little bunny too." When the shop owner heard that, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. He helped Lin Che make the handmade soap, but it was obvious that Lin Che's hands-on skills were not good. Jiyu Jingze said, "Look at you. You're so clumsy." He couldn't stand her clumsiness, so he started to help her with it. "This should be done like this. Idiot, put your hand over there a little. This looks like a bunny." Lin Che, how can you be so stupid? Lin Che looked at him speechlessly. Anyone would be anxious if you were to rush me like that. The two of them quarreled with each other, and in the end, they finally made the handmade soap. The shop owner smiled and said, "We can engrave your names on it as a souvenir." Jiyu Jingzi nodded and said, "Engrave it then." Lin Che's heart skipped a beat. She looked at her name and Jiyu Jingzi's name engraved on the side. The smile on her face deepened. The two of them were finally done. The shop owner put the soap in a beautiful bag for them. Jiyu Jingzi picked up the bag and continued to walk out with Lin Che. Lin Che said with a sense of accomplishment, "I'm so talented. It looks so good. I'm the one who made it." "Nonsense. I laid the foundation. You made it by standing on the shoulders of a giant." "Okay, as long as you're happy. Hey, there's ice cream. I want to eat that." Jiyu Jingzi looked at it. It was ice cream that was made on the spot. The children were eating it. "It's unhygienic. Don't eat it." "No, no. It's dirty. I won't get sick if I eat it." "Hubby, buy it for me." When Jiyu Jingzi heard her call him hubby, he felt his body go limp. He glared at Lin Che helplessly and said reluctantly, "Let's go." "Oh yeah." The two of them quickly reached the bottom. However, just as they walked down the stairs, they suddenly heard a familiar voice behind them. "Jingzi, why are you here?" They actually met Mo Hualing here. Chapter 76. Mo Hualing looked at the two of them. One was tall and the other was slender. They stood close to each other and looked very intimate. Jiyu Jingzi was holding a small gift bag in his hand. The name of the shop was painted on the bag. It was called Time Sculpture. Mo Hualing quickly walked over and grabbed Jiyu Jingzi's arm. She quietly inserted herself between the two of them. "Jingzi." She looked up and smiled at Jiyu Jingzi. She reached out to take the thing in his hand. "What are you holding?" "Let me see." Jiyu Jingzi instinctively dodged. "It's nothing." Mo Hualing's expression froze when she was dodged. She looked at Jiyu Jingzi and pouted. "Why didn't you bring anyone? Why do you need to carry the thing? Let me help you." Jiyu Jingzi couldn't help but look at Lin Che. She stood there and looked at the two of them. Her expression seemed to be calm. Jiyu Jingzi said, "No need. It's not anything heavy." Mo Hualing couldn't say anything else. She could only turn her head and glare at Lin Che. Lin Che didn't know what he had done wrong to make Mo Hualing hate him so much. But thinking about it, it would be strange if Mo Hualing liked him. Mo Hualing looked at the two of them. "Why are you here?" Jiyu Jingzi said, "Oh, we just came back from dinner at the Jiyu residence." Mo Hualing turned around and looked at Lin Che resentfully again. "How did you walk back?" Jiyu Jingzi said, "We walked back if there's nothing else." "Why are you here?" Mo Hualing raised her head and looked at Jiyu Jingzi adorably. She didn't care that Lin Che was staring at her eagerly. "I just wanted to buy something to eat, but I didn't expect to see you." "Jingzi, there's a cafe over there with a nice environment. Would you like to go and have a seat with me?" She paused and turned around to say to Lin Che, "Lin Che, it's rare to see you here. Let's go together." Lin Che glanced at Jiyu Jingzi. He didn't want to disturb their two-person world. However, just as he was about to say no, "I'll go back first," Mo Hualing held Lin Che's arm and pretended to be intimate with him. "Let's go. Let's sit over there." Lin Che was pulled over. He looked back at Jiyu Jingzi speechlessly. However, Jiyu Jingzi's expression was as cold as usual. He couldn't tell what he meant. Lin Che could only follow her into the cafe. After sitting down, Mo Hualing sat next to Jiyu Jingzi and looked at Lin Che. She smiled and said, "Miss Lin, what do you want to drink?" Lin Che said, "I'm fine. Anything." In fact, she didn't really like coffee, so she couldn't tell the difference between different types of coffee. Mo Hualing then called the waiter over and said, 3 glasses of Blue Mountain." Mo Hualing said with a smile, "Jingzi only likes to drink Blue Mountain. This shop's Blue Mountain is considered authentic, right? Jiyu Jingze could tell that Mo Hualing was deliberately getting closer to him, so he couldn't help but feel a little unhappy. Jiyu Jingze said, anything. Mo Hualing raised her head and looked at Jiyu Jingze. Her face was full of heartache. Jingze, you've lost weight. Have you been too tired recently? You need to rest more. Don't focus on work too much. Your health is the most important thing. Jiyu Jingze felt Mo Hualing's hand on his arm. He couldn't help but feel uncomfortable and moved back, pushing her hand away without a trace. Mo Hualing felt that he was avoiding her. She got even angrier and almost leaned on him. Jiyu Jingze frowned deeply. Even though he knew that Mo Hualing was just acting like a child because she was jealous, he still felt unhappy. What she did was a little too much. Mo Hualing seemed to suddenly remember that there was someone else beside them. She coughed and smiled at Lin Che embarrassedly. Lin Che smirked and looked at her indifferently. Even though he felt uncomfortable, he still looked calm as if it had nothing to do with him. Otherwise, what else could she do? Mo Hualing and Jiyu Jingze were a couple. Lin Che knew that even without Mo Hualing's reminder. Mo Hualing smiled at Lin Che and asked with concern, I think I've seen a lot of news about you recently. I have to congratulate you. That TV show seems to be very successful. Lin Che smiled and said, thank you. Mo Hualing said, I don't know how you artists work, but I think it's a success for an artist, right? As she spoke, she took a sip of her coffee. She seemed to be high and mighty, and there was an unconcealable disdain in her eyes. Lin Che couldn't be bothered to pretend. He raised his head and smiled. It's just the beginning. I'm still far from success, but I'm still young and I still have a long way to go. Mo Hualing had grown up with Jiyu Jingze and was about the same age as him. Naturally, she was much older than Lin Che. No matter how well she took care of herself, the age gap between them could still be seen. Mo Hualing's expression changed when she heard what Lin Che said. However, since Jiyu Jingze was still by her side, she couldn't say anything. She could only suppress her anger and smile at Lin Che. Is that so? I wish you success in advance. However, I didn't expect you to know Jingyu. It seems like you have a good relationship with her. Lin Che said calmly, yeah, we're friends. Jingyu is a good person. Mo Hualing said deliberately, he's nice to people and he's good at taking care of people. You two look like a good match on TV. Jiyu Jingze stood up and said unhappily, alright, Hualing, we should go home. Mo Hualing's heart sank. She stood up and looked at Jiyu Jingze angrily. What's wrong, Jingze? At this moment, Jiyu Jingze's phone rang. Jiyu Jingze looked at Mo Hualing deeply. Seeing that it was Jiyu Jingming's number, he went out to answer the call. Seeing that Jiyu Jingze had left, Mo Hualing turned to look at Lin Che and said, Lin Che, what's wrong with you? Lin Che sneered. He saw that Mo Hualing's expression changed immediately after Jiyu Jingze left. She was really good at acting. Lin Che said, what's wrong with me? Mo Hualing snorted and said, you asked Jiyu Jingze to carry your things and accompany you on the road at night. Do you know how dangerous it is for Jingze? Dangerous? Of course. Do you think Jingze is like you, a nobody? His life is worth more than 100 of yours. If anything happens to him, do you know what regret you'll feel? I know he'll be a scourge sooner or later living with a commoner like you. Lin Che, you can die if you want, but don't drag Jingze down with you. Lin Che sneered and looked at Mo Hualing. Miss Mo, in your eyes, Jiyu Jingze is a dangerous person who can't go anywhere and can only stay at home, right? Chapter 77. What? Mo Hualing hadn't expected Lin Che to retort. Lin Che said, that's right. I went shopping with him and strolled home together because in my eyes, he's not a dangerous man. He's a man who has the right to enjoy life, a man who has the right to be an ordinary person. He's my husband and I share the same bed with him. There's no relationship between our identities. He helped me carry my things and walked with me because we're husband and wife. I don't understand the danger you're talking about. In my eyes, he's never a big shot. He's my husband. Mo Huiling's face turned purple with anger at Lin Che's words. Lin Che snorted coldly. So, no matter how lowly I am in your eyes, I'm Jiyu Jingza's wife. I don't need you to tell me what to do with my life with Jiyu Jingza, Miss Mo. With that, Lin Che turned around and left the place. When he was outside, Lin Che heaved a sigh of relief. He stood by the door and looked at the neon lights in the sky. She was also worried that she would be a burden to Jiyu Jingza. Because her life was too different from his, there were many things she didn't understand and was confused about. Closing her eyes, she sighed and took a step forward. When Jiyu Jingza came back, he found that Mo Huiling was the only one left in the cafe. When Mo Huiling saw Jiyu Jingza, she cried and laid her head on the table. Jiyu Jingza was stunned. He walked over and asked, "What's wrong, Huiling?" Mo Huiling looked up with tears in her eyes. "Jingza, I really don't want you to live with Lin Che anymore." Jiyu Jingza frowned and looked at her. "What happened?" Mo Huiling looked at him pitifully. "Do you know what Lin Che did to me just now?" Jiyu Jingza raised his eyebrows. "What about her?" "She told me that she and you are husband and wife. Whatever she does is right and whatever I do is wrong. She and you are on equal footing." What am I?" "Jingza, am I the third party? But we are clearly a couple. Why did she say that to me? Why did she hurt me?" Jiyu Jingza looked at her with his eyebrows lowered. "Did she really say that?" "Yeah." Mo Huiling said, "If you don't believe me, you can go and ask her. Didn't she say that you're husband and wife? She didn't say anything in front of you, but as soon as you left, she started saying such things to me. What does she mean?" "Alright, Huiling, I think you misunderstood what she meant," Jiyu Jingza said. "Impossible." Mo Huiling said, "I'm not a fool. I heard what she said clearly." "Why, Jingza, you don't believe me?" Jiyu Jingza took a deep breath and sat down to look at her. "No, I just don't think she's that kind of person. You must have misunderstood her and that's why you misunderstood her." "Alright, Huiling, stop crying." Mo Huiling bit her lips, but her heart was even sadder. Jiyu Jingza said, "Let's go. I'll get someone to send you home." "Aren't you going to send me home?" Mo Huiling raised her little face and said sadly. Jiyu Jingza didn't see Lin Che. He was anxious to know where Lin Che had gone and what had happened. He was worried that she was angry, so after some consideration, he said to Mo Huiling, "I'll look for you tomorrow. I have something urgent to deal with now." Mo Huiling remembered that he had answered the phone hurriedly and left. She thought that he might really have something urgent to deal with. She thought that she wasn't like Lin Che, who didn't understand how busy he was. Thus, she held his hand, careful not to touch his body in case he got a rash. However, she missed his body temperature very much. Looking at his perfect face, she whispered to him, "Go do your work then. Don't be too tired, or my heart will ache. I know you're busy, so I won't disturb you." Jiyu Jingza took a deep breath and said to her, "Go back." "Okay. Remember to look for me tomorrow when you're free. I'll wait for you." "Okay," Jiyu Jingza agreed seriously. After Mo Huiling left, Jiyu Jingza asked where Madam had gone. His men quickly took him to find Lin Che, who was walking home alone by the roadside. Jiyu Jingza caught up with Lin Che and said, "Why did you leave on your own?" Seeing that he had come so quickly, Lin Che thought that he was going to comfort Mo Huiling for a while, so he said curiously, "Why didn't you have a good chat with Miss Mo?" Seeing that Mo Huiling was so angry, she knew that Mo Huiling wouldn't say anything nice about her after she left. Jiyu Jingza raised his eyebrows and looked at her. "Why? Do you want us to talk more?" Lin Che said, "Yeah. It's rare to see you. You're so considerate." Should he praise her for being a magnanimous wife? Lin Che looked at him. "Of course. I'm just." "What's the idiom again?" "It says that a person is magnanimous." "Magnanimous?" That's right, that's right. Are they talking about me?" Jiyu Jingza looked down at her chest. "Yeah, big breasts." Lin Che lowered her head and covered her chest. "Get lost, hooligan." Jiyu Jingza smiled. Seeing that she wasn't unhappy, he was relieved. However, he remembered Mo Huiling's words and asked her sideways, you told Hualing just now that we're husband and wife, so everything we do is right? She knew that Mo Hualing wouldn't say anything nice about her. She didn't seem to say that, but it wasn't a problem to interpret it that way. Yeah. Isn't that the case? Lin Che pretended to be dumb and tilted her head to look at him. Looking at Lin Che's cute face and blinking eyes, Jiyu Jingze shook his head helplessly. Yes, yes, yes. You're right. Lin Che said, of course. You're my husband and I'm your wife. Don't you always say that we're husband and wife and that you should take care of me? So, accompanying me on walks and helping me carry things are what a husband should do, right, hubby? She was getting bolder and bolder with him. She grabbed his arm and shook it back and forth. What do you think, hubby? He really felt that his heart was going to melt. He couldn't help but smile at her. Okay, you're right. Only then did Lin Che smile. Seeing that they had reached the Jiyu residence, the two of them entered together. When they reached home, Lin Che couldn't wait to take out the handmade soaps that they had made. Although the handmade soap looked a little weird, its color was still pretty good. He actually couldn't bear to use it. Jiyu Jingze looked at them from behind and pointed at the ones that Lin Che had made. These are really ugly. How can that be? This is called art. Do you understand? It's like Picasso. This is called abstract art. Jiyu Jingze shook his head and said, clumsy and only knows how to find excuses. Lin Che turned around and glared at him. The helper saw them from the side. Seeing that the two of them looked very happy, she couldn't help but interrupt. Madam, sir, did you make all these? They look so good. Lin Che immediately turned around and said, yeah. I made the good ones and Jiyu Jingze made the ugly ones. She picked up the soap and looked at it. What should I do? I can't bear to use them anymore. Jiyu Jingze leaned over and said, what's there to be reluctant about? You can just make them in the future. He also picked up one and played with it. Smiling at her name on it, he said to her, you used mine and I used yours. Hearing this, Lin Che couldn't help but blush. Jiyu Jingze lowered his head and said, when you use them, does it feel like I'm touching your whole body? Chapter 78. Lin Che could feel Jiyu Jingze's body temperature getting closer. He was standing behind her, his back pressed against hers. He could smell the shampoo on her head. She used the same shampoo and shower gel as him, but the scent on her body was different. It seemed to be mixed with a woman's fragrance, making people feel as if the scent lingered in their nostrils and went straight into their hearts. He couldn't help but get closer. He lowered his head, the tip of his nose almost touching her hair. Lin Che sat upright. Feeling his breath getting closer, she didn't even dare to move. The Jiyu family's servants were very sensible. Seeing the two of them here, they quickly retreated. There were only the two of them left in the room. Jiyu Jingze looked at her fair neck from above and felt an urge to reach out and touch it. Lin Che could feel a hot hand slowly approaching. Suddenly, he turned around and looked at Jiyu Jingze, who was behind him. He glared at him and asked, hey, Jiyu Jingze, what are you doing? Jiyu Jingze felt a little embarrassed that he had been caught stealing. But seeing Lin Che's questioning gaze, he raised his eyebrows and said, what am I doing? Lin Che glanced at his hand. Don't touch me behind my back. Lin Che, we are husband and wife. How can you call this touching? Of course it's touching, pervert. Jiyu Jingze's face tensed up. He sat in front of Lin Che, so close that Lin Che was shocked. She felt Jiyu Jingze coming up to her and suddenly kissing her on the lips. It was like a dragonfly touching the surface of the water, but it still made people feel hot. Lin Che's face turned as red as an apple. Jiyu Jingze really liked Lin Che's sensitive face. Her face was so thin that it seemed like it would break if he poked it. She blushed so easily. Lin Che immediately leaned back, away from his face. Jiyu Jingze said, you are my wife. I can kiss you if I want, understand? Get lost, pervert. Lin Che shouted, covering her mouth. Jiyu Jingze's face was evil. His gaze trailed down her beautiful neck. If you're a pervert, that's not all. Do you really want me to be a pervert? Ji Jingzi smiled and kissed her on the lips. Lin Che let out a low cry. She only felt that the tip of his tongue was domineeringly occupying all of her breath. Although Ji Jingzi couldn't get close to a woman because of his illness, he instinctively grabbed her chest. He fumbled with it and gently kneaded it. His breathing gradually quickened. Her body was so soft that it made people want to knead it into pieces. Lin Che felt his strength increase, and a slight pain, accompanied by a strong electric current, caused his body to go numb. She couldn't help but groan, and her body went limp. Her body almost leaned into his embrace, and her hand involuntarily rested on his shoulder, but she felt his hand move to her back, caressing it randomly. Ji Jingzi felt that his body was unreasonably hot. The desire that was about to break through his body made him feel extremely uncomfortable. He really wanted to eat her up just like that. However, at this moment, someone knocked on the door. Ji Jingzi blushed and let go of the woman in his arms with difficulty. He said angrily to the door, "What's wrong?" "Sir, master is here." Ji Jingming was here. Ji Jingzi could only let go of her temporarily. Looking at Lin Che's blushing face, he couldn't help but peck on it one last time before he got up. He didn't look at her anymore, in case he couldn't control himself and wanted her just like that. Lin Che was still in a daze when she felt Ji Jingzi open the door and go out. Her bright red face was full of shyness. She pinched herself hard. Was this a dream? Ji Jingzi. What was he doing? Ji Jingzi walked down the stairs step by step. He saw Ji Jingming downstairs, and the bodyguards from the state security were on standby outside. It seemed that there was something serious going on. "Brother, you better have something important to tell me." Ji Jingming saw Ji Jingzi coming down. "What's wrong? Did I disturb you?" Ji Jingzi raised his eyebrows. "Of course. I'm not a big man. I'm a single man. I'm married. Not everyone can come to my house. You should at least give me a heads up next time." Ji Jingming shook his head with a smile. He looked at Ji Jingzi and said, "Okay, I got it. I'm still not used to it. You're already married, but you seem to be enjoying your married life. I'll try my best to adapt to it next time." Ji Jingzi and Ji Jingming sat down together. Ji Jingming put the tablet in front of Ji Jingzi. "Someone sent this to me." Ji Jingzi looked down. It was Ji Jingming on the bed with a woman. It looked like it was taken secretly, but their clothes were messy. Although they weren't naked, it was obvious that they had just experienced something. Ji Jingzi looked up. "What's going on?" Ji Jingming sighed. "I suspect that he might have something even more powerful." Because that day, Ji Jingming lowered his head and rubbed his forehead. Ji Jingzi understood immediately. There was something even more shocking that day. Is there a mole among the bodyguards in the state security? Otherwise, how could they take a photo of this? We're already investigating. The most important thing now is to see how to handle this matter. Who is this woman? Ji Jingzi laughed and asked. "I didn't expect you to have a private life." Ji Jingming raised his head and looked at him indifferently. "It's you, Minmin." Ji Jingzi's eyes darkened. After they finished their discussion, Ji Jingzi walked him out. "I'll get someone to investigate this matter." He couldn't use his own power to investigate this matter in case someone found out. So, he needed Ji Jingzi's help. Ji Jingming nodded. Ji Jingzi said, "If it doesn't work, you can just marry her. Mr. President, no one can say anything about what you do with your wife, right?" Ji Jingming looked at him. "She can't." Ji Jingzi laughed. "Why? Is it because of your career? Is it because of your agent? Or is it because of her complicated family background?" Ji Jingzi said, "I've looked into it. She comes from an ordinary family. But her family matters are complicated. She has a younger brother who relies on her salary to pay for his school fees. But it doesn't matter. The problem is that her father is a gambler." Ji Jingzi was speechless. He looked at Ji Jingming. "It seems like we need to give this matter further thought. But it's obvious that she's a commoner. My suggestion last time is still valid. Let's see if you accept it. What? Marrying a commoner will help you get more votes this time. Jiyu Jingming looked at him deeply. He didn't reply and walked out. Chapter 79. Jiyu Jingze muttered as he walked back, "Yu Minmin." Soon, they reached Lin Che's room. She didn't even dare to look at Jiyu Jingze and kept avoiding his gaze. Jiyu Jingze looked at Lin Che and asked, "Why did you and your manager go to the hotel that brother was staying at that day?" Lin Che raised his head and stared blankly for a moment before saying, "Oh, you mean that day? That day was Jiyu Jingyu's treat. Everyone went to celebrate, and I brought Sister Yu along. Isn't that hotel the Jiyu family's property? So Jiyu Jingyu brought us there. Who knows why Mr. President went there too?" Jiyu Jingze sat down and pondered. Everything seemed to be natural. It didn't seem like a conspiracy. Yu Minmin was there because of his third brother. Moreover, since Yu Minmin's background had been investigated, there shouldn't be any problem. It couldn't be a spy. But did it really have nothing to do with Yu Minmin? Lin Che looked at Jiyu Jingze strangely. "Why do you suddenly ask this question?" Jiyu Jingze looked up and smiled. "Nothing. Let's go to sleep." "Okay." Seeing that he didn't say anything, Lin Che didn't ask further. The next day. The drama was halfway through and Lin Che's character was becoming more and more abusive. Many people vented their frustrations on Lin Che's Weibo. A lot of people felt that Chen Yihan, who was portrayed by Lin Che, wasn't an easy person. She was considerate of others, suave and handsome, and didn't hesitate in everything she did. But, in the end, she was always the one who got hurt. In comparison, because Lin Che was the most abusive, people paid less attention to the female lead. Outside, some people started to spread rumors to smear Lin Che's name, saying that Lin Che was going to surpass the female lead and become the biggest beneficiary of the drama. Luckily, Mu Feiran pretended that nothing had happened and didn't respond. However, many of Mu Feiran's fans scolded Lin Che, which annoyed Lin Che a little. "It's weird. These are all written by the scriptwriter. What does it have to do with me? I'm just a supporting character. Why are they scolding me?" Lin Che complained to Yu Minmin on the way to the event. Yu Minmin looked at the information in her hands. She had seen a lot, so she was much calmer than Lin Che. Of course, she wasn't the one being scolded, so she wasn't as agitated as Lin Che. Since we're all in the same show, there will definitely be people who don't like the fact that you have a good review and will purposely discredit you. But as for who it is, it won't be easy to investigate. We're all competitors, so it's impossible to investigate. Yu Minmin looked at Lin Che and said, "Anyway, just remember that if you become famous, it will be the biggest blow to your opponents." Lin Che nodded, "I understand, Sister Yu." Soon, they arrived at the venue. This was a talk show. Since Mu Feiran would also be here today, the main producers attached great importance to this event. They hoped that Mu Feiran and Jiyu Jingyu could appear on the show together, so they deliberately asked Lin Che to appear later so that the female lead screen would not be taken away. Lin Che looked at Mu Feiran and Jiyu Jingyu who were sitting together. The two of them were very dedicated to their work. It seemed like they were flirting with each other. Mu Feiran was indeed a veteran. She looked very comfortable on the stage and the effect of the show was very good. At this moment, Lin Li walked over from behind. She looked to the front and snorted. "Why did I hear that you're going to be shelved?" Lin Che rolled his eyes and turned around. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Lin Li looked at him innocently. "What? Isn't it true? I heard that you wanted to be famous, so you tried to create hype with Jiyu Jingyu. As a result, you almost overpowered Mu Feiran and offended Mu Feiran. Lin Che, you're too eager for quick success. Those who have been in the entertainment industry for a long time all have a few powerful backers and are more capable than you. How dare you insist on surpassing the female lead in a TV show? Can't you just be a supporting character?" Lin Che glared at Lin Li, looking at her evil eyes. He sneered, "You sure know a lot." Lin Li snorted. "Look, Mu Feiran didn't want you to create hype with Jiyu Jingyu today, so she purposely separated you two from each other." Lin Che glared at her and saw Mu Feiran coming down. Lin Li hurried to greet her. "Sister Feiran, you did a great job in the interview just now. My company has been asking me to learn from you, saying that you're really good at dealing with reporters." Mu Feiran smiled faintly. "Actually, that's all. You're too polite." Seeing that Mu Feiran was talking to her, Lin Li turned around and glared at Lin Che with a smile. Then, she moved closer to Lin Che. Lin Che felt that Lin Li was too much. He glanced at her but didn't say anything. At this moment, Mu Feiran noticed Lin Che and walked over with a smile. "Lin Che, I didn't see you just now." Lin Che smiled. "Really? I've been sitting here the whole time." Mu Feiran walked over and said to Lin Che intimately, "You did a good job in the TV show. I think you're quite suitable to play such a handsome role." "Thank you, Sister Feiran. Really, I acted very naturally." "Sister Feiran, I'm blushing if you keep praising me." At this moment, a reporter saw the two chatting enthusiastically from afar and quickly took a photo. Mu Feiran said, "Jiyu Jingyu doesn't praise many people, but he kept praising you to me." "Tut tut. Lin Che, you must be the only one who can make him look at you. His taste is so bad. Maybe I should reflect on myself." Mu Feiran burst into laughter. Lin Li watched them from behind and was furious. She had been ignored by Mu Feiran, but she went to chat with Lin Che directly. The next day, as expected, the news came out, saying that Mu Feiran and Lin Che chatted passionately and dispelled the rumors. Mu Feiran also admitted that she thought Lin Che was a very down-to-earth and innocent girl. In the photo on the headline, Lin Che and Mu Feiran were standing close together, and Lin Li was reduced to a human background. Lin Li saw the headline and was so angry that she almost threw her tablet to the ground. "Are these reporters stupid?" Yu Minmin looked at the news and said to Lin Che, who was still in the car, "Mu Feiran is on your side because of Jiyu Jingyu, right?" Lin Che said, "But why did she help me? First of all, she probably doesn't hate you. Otherwise, she would just sit there and let the outside hype it up. Why would she waste the effort? She's willing to help you, which shows that she still likes you. Secondly, she's not a person who likes to cause trouble, and she's also a smart person. She won't be used by others for no reason. This time, it's obvious that someone is using her to defame you." Lin Che nodded with understanding. Chapter 80. I don't have much to do these days. You can rest at home and take a look at these scripts. Yu Minmin threw a bunch of scripts to Lin Che. Lin Che looked at them and said speechlessly, "What are these?" Yu Minmin said, "These are the scripts we want you to act in. We're still choosing. You can take a look first and tell me if you're interested." "Wow, there are so many scripts," Lin Che said in surprise. Yu Minmin smiled and said, "That's not all. We're choosing the female lead role, so there won't be any bad productions." "Female lead? Yeah, I won't give you a supporting role anymore. The first one is a supporting role, so the second one must be a main character to make you stand out. So this script is very important. Take your time to choose." The two of them walked out side by side. Suddenly, Yu Minmin's phone rang. Yu Minmin looked at the number and her expression changed slightly. She turned to smile at Lin Che and walked out to answer the call. "Dad, what's up?" "Daughter, my good daughter, I've decided to turn over a new leaf. I've let you and your brother down all these years. I've decided to quit gambling today." Yu Minmin listened to the solemn voice on the phone and smiled. "Tell me, how much did you lose this time and how much do you want me to give you?" "Not much, really, not much. I was cheated this time. In the last round, I'm not interested in what happened. Tell me the result. How much do you owe? 30,000, 30,000. Dad, this is my salary for a few months. Daughter, you're my only daughter. You have to help me. Otherwise, they'll take your mom away and make her cook to pay off the debt. Yu Minmin took a deep breath. For mom, dad, for mom and brother, can you stay away from mom and brother? Can you divorce mom? Are you still my daughter? Yu Minmin put down the phone. When she went outside, Lin Che saw that Yu Minmin looked a little absent-minded. She couldn't help but ask, Sister Yu, what's the matter? Yu Minmin smiled and said, It's nothing, it's just some personal matters. Go back and read your script. I won't be seeing you off. Lin Che nodded, but his gaze was still on Yu Minmin. Sister Yu, I feel that you're quite mysterious sometimes. What? Yu Minmin smiled. Lin Che said, I've been working with you for so many years, but I've never heard you mention your family or your personal affairs. Everyone says that you're a workaholic. Yu Minmin looked at Lin Che. I've never mentioned that you and Lin Li are sisters. You're the daughter of the Lin family. Lin Che stared blankly for a moment. Then, he let out a cold laugh and said, I just feel like there's nothing much to say. Even if I say it, it's useless. I might as well fight hard on my own and break away from those people and the past. Yu Minmin said, That's why I've always liked you, because you've never complained. You're always right, and it's useless even if you say it. That's why I've never said it. Remember, this is a society that doesn't appreciate failure. I don't like to bring my negative energy to others. Everyone has their own troubles, so why should I let others bear my troubles for me? It's like rubbing salt on my own wounds. As Yu Minmin spoke, she waved for Lin Che's car to come over and drove him away. Lin Che turned around and watched as Yu Minmin turned around and walked back into the company alone. He only felt that her back view was a little lonely. It was very different from the strong and invulnerable look she used to have in front of others. Lin Che returned home with a pile of scripts. Jiyu Jingze saw Lin Che carrying the things and asked someone to take them. What are these? Jiyu Jingze asked. Lin Che said, The company asked me to pick the scripts. Jiyu Jingze raised his eyebrows and took out a script to read. The name on it was Golden Armor's Love. The name was terrible. Lin Che sat on the sofa and piled up the scripts on the table. He leaned against the table and flipped through them casually. Jiyu Jingze sat on the other side and picked up Lin Che's script to read. Let me help you, Jiyu Jingze said. These are all for you to pick, right? Yeah. Lin Che looked at him speechlessly. Do you know how to read them? Jiyu Jingze said, I'm a master's student at McGill University. Lin Che said, literature and acting are different. But since they're both arts, there should be something in common. Lin Che grabbed the script and looked up at Jiyu Jingze strangely. But you're a businessman who stinks of money. Why would you study literature? Jiyu Jingze said without looking up, I also have a PhD in economics from Harvard and a master's degree from Yale University School of Psychology and Law. I studied economics and management at MIT, but unfortunately, my time was limited, so I only got a bachelor's degree. Lin Che raised his hands at him, his face full of admiration. Genius, accept my knee. Jiyu Jingze raised his head. Genius? Lin Che said, it means someone who's good at studying. Jiyu Jingze said, I see. Lin Che couldn't help but ask curiously, but how can you study so many things at the same time? How can you finish studying in a 4-year university? Jiyu Jingze said, don't you know that some universities allow students to study at the same time? But what's the use of studying so many things? Of course it's useful. It's always good to know more. I can't understand. Yeah, with your brain capacity, you really can't understand. Hey, Jiyu Jingze, I'm a university graduate after all. You're a university graduate? Jiyu Jingze tilted his head and looked at her in disbelief. Lin Che said, didn't you say that you've investigated everything about me before we got married? There are some unimportant things that the people down there did not report to me. Did he mean that her studies were unimportant? Lin Che said indignantly, I graduated from the Drama Academy. That's still a bachelor's degree. Oh, really? Jiyu Jingze raised his eyebrows and asked. Lin Che felt a little guilty. Of course, I graduated after all. Really? How many scholarships did you get? Lin Che felt even more guilty. She pursed her lips and thought about what to say. Jiyu Jingze laughed. Looks like you didn't even pass. No, I got 61 marks. That's a pass. Jiyu Jingze raised his eyebrows. 61 marks. Lin Che, you're really bad at studying. Lin Che then realized that he was just provoking her. You're indeed a profiteer. Don't you like profiteers like me? Jiyu Jingze moved closer. Seeing her angry face, he wanted to reach out and pinch her cheeks. He didn't mind her academic results. Instead, he thought it was fun to tease her like this. On the other hand, her look of admiration made his vanity explode, and he felt very happy. Chapter 81. Lin Che glared at him. Who likes you? You're too narcissistic. Jiyu Jingze's face stiffened as he glared at her. But when I kissed you yesterday, you clearly liked it. Lin Che couldn't help but be speechless. He even stuttered as he spoke. Who's acting like I like you very much? Why, get it straight, I was scared by you, okay? Jiyu Jingze's eyes narrowed. Were you really frightened? Why do I feel that you enjoyed it? That's because you're feeling wrong. Jiyu Jingze smiled devilishly. The corners of his lips curled up, making him look so sexy that it left one speechless. You'll know if I'm feeling wrong after feeling it again. With that said, he suddenly leaned over. Lin Che was startled by his sudden movement. She quickly leaned back, but Jiyu Jingze still leaned over and pressed his body against hers. He put one hand on the sofa and held Lin Che's hand with the other hand. He grabbed her wrist and pressed her down on the sofa. Lin Che was startled. She quickly said, Get out of the way, Jiyu Jingze. This is the living room. Jiyu Jingze looked at her frightened eyes. She was so frightened that her cheeks suddenly turned crimson. Her bright eyes were filled with shyness. For a moment, she was indescribably beautiful. So what if it's the living room? This is our home, and we are husband and wife. No one can say anything about what we do in this room. Lin Che pushed away the man in front of her, whose eyes were filled with ridicule. Her hand pushed against his chest, and she could still feel his chest muscles clearly rubbing against her palm. She didn't know whether to grab it or let it go. But no matter where she was, his body was clearly divided. Lin Che panicked. She felt that Jiyu Jingze was really sticking to her. His eyes watched her evasive look, and his lips almost touched the tip of her nose, but he didn't move down. He enjoyed the panicked look on her face with amusement, slowly torturing her nerves. Tell me, do you like it? His lips brushed against hers, and he smiled wantonly. Lin Che bit her lip. Turn me over, Jiyu Jingze. Tell me if you like it or not. I don't like it. Wrong answer, Jiyu Jingze said as he pressed his lips against hers. Lin Che's face turned red. Jiyu Jingze, you. If you tease me like this, I'll spit on you. Saliva. He smiled. It's not like I haven't eaten it before. Jiyu Jingze, you have such a heavy taste. Jiyu Jingze said, why would I marry you if I don't have a strong taste? Jiyu Jingze had been led astray. Jiyu Jingze, if you don't let go, I'm going to hit you. Ha, I'd like to see how you're going to do it. You've really underestimated me, Jiyu Jingze. Lin Che smiled. He suddenly raised his knee, aimed it at the center of Jiyu Jingze's thighs, and just like that, ouch. Jiyu Jingze felt the pain. He let go of Lin Che and rolled off the sofa. Lin Che was shocked. He thought that Jiyu Jingze was fast and would definitely catch her. He didn't expect that this time, he didn't catch her. Jiyu Jingze sat on the fine carpet. His face looked stiff. Lin Che quickly squatted down and knelt on the carpet. He looked at Jiyu Jingze worriedly and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Jiyu Jingze. How are you? Are you in pain? Jiyu Jingze looked at Lin Che and shook his head. I'm fine. It's okay. Is it really that painful? I'm really sorry. I remember that when I was young, I often played with boys like this. It didn't hurt that much. Jiyu Jingze looked at Lin Che. Kids haven't grown up yet. Of course it doesn't hurt. You should know that my size is different from a child's. Lin Che looked at this shameless man. He still had the cheek to say that at a time like this. I think you really don't hurt. You even know how to joke. Jiyu Jingze smiled again. Everything else is a joke. But size is not a joke. Jiyu Jingze, you've really changed. You weren't so shameless before. Jiyu Jingze looked at Lin Che. I can't help but be shameless when I see you. Was it her fault? You. Where did you learn to be so glib-tongued? Do you still need to teach me this? I thought that men evolved to reproduce. When they see women who want to reproduce, they can't help but be glib-tongued. That way, humans can continue to reproduce. Get lost. Just say it if you're shameless. Why do you have to make it sound so grand? Jiyu Jingze smiled. But it was really painful. Looking at Jiyu Jingze's expression, Lin Che felt even more embarrassed. She lowered her head and said, "What should we do? Should we go to the hospital?" Jiyu Jingze looked at Lin Che and leaned over. He lowered his head and whispered in her ear, "Just rub it." Lin Che shouted at Jiyu Jingze, "What? Rub my ass." She could rub other places, but here, how was she supposed to rub here? Jiyu Jingze grabbed her wrist and pulled her closer. How do you know if it's effective if you don't try? Lin Che thought that he was really going to pull her hand down, but she heard an untimely voice from the door. Jingze, what are you doing? Mo Hualing actually came at this time? Jiyu Jingze was stunned. He obviously didn't expect Mo Hualing to come straight into the bedroom. He let go of Lin Che's hand and stood up. Beside him, Lin Che immediately stood up as well. Jiyu Jingze was a little displeased. He looked at Mo Hualing and said, "Hualing, why did you come in so casually?" This was his and Lin Che's home after all. Moreover, he was a grown man after all. He wasn't like when he was a child, when he could enter a room casually and didn't care about gender. What if he was naked in his own home? Mo Hualing looked at the intimate action of the two of them in astonishment. If she wasn't mistaken, Jiyu Jingze was actually holding Lin Che's hand. The two of them were so close to each other that they looked like one person. Had Jiyu Jingze recovered from his illness? Mo Hualing glanced at Lin Che with jealousy and hatred. Lin Che looked at the two of them knowingly. He picked up the script on the table and said, "You guys talk. I'll go in and read the script." Lin Che. Jiyu Jingze wanted to call Lin Che, but Mo Hualing interrupted, "Okay. Thank you, Lin Che." Then, she came over and held Jiyu Jingze's arm. Jiyu Jingze looked at her hand and frowned slightly. "Hualing, let go of me first. There are all the servants here. It's not good for us to be seen." Mo Hualing glared at Jiyu Jingze angrily. "Is it okay for you and Lin Che to be seen? I'm just holding you. Is it okay for us to be seen? Hualing, she is my wife. It doesn't matter who sees us." "You." Mo Hualing was even angrier. She bit her lip and said, "But we've been so close since we were young. Everyone knows that. No one said anything in the past. Why is it not good now? All right, let go of me first. Let's talk outside." Jiyu Jingze's eyes darkened and he looked at Mo Hualing steadily. Mo Hualing didn't dare to say anything under his gaze. She could only let go of his hand unwillingly. Chapter 82. Then let's talk at my place, Mo Hualing said. Jiyu Jingze looked at her and nodded. The two of them drove away from the Jiyu mansion. When they arrived at Mo Hualing's place, they got out of the car and Mo Hualing pulled Jiyu Jingze into her room. Mo Hualing pouted and looked at Jiyu Jingze. "Jingze, I really miss you. I want to be with you every day. Jiyu Jingze looked at Mo Hualing hesitantly. But Hualing, I'm married now. Mo Hualing immediately raised her head. You've always been married, but the person you love is me. Jingzi, have you fallen in love with her? Otherwise, why would you be so close to her? You. Just how far have you gone? Jiyu Jingze didn't know what it was, but he realized that he really wanted to be close to Lin Che. Once he was close to her, he would forget everything else and follow the impulse of desire. It was a different feeling when he was with Mo Hualing. He had once wondered if it was because he had never had a relapse when he touched her, so he felt safe. But the connection and familiarity between him and Mo Hualing seemed to be the feeling of a soul mate between a man and a woman. Jiyu Jingze closed his eyes. He felt sorry for Mo Hualing. He could only sigh and let go of Mo Hualing's hand. Hualing, I think we shouldn't continue. Mo Hualing was stunned. Jiyu Jingze said, I'm sorry, but I don't want to waste your youth anymore. I've wasted so many years. It's enough. I can't marry you because I can't touch you. As long as I'm not well, it'll be a waste for you to marry me. Your family won't agree to it. There's no future between us. I'm too selfish. That's why I've been with you. Mo Hualing was scared out of her wits. Her face turned pale and she looked at Jiyu Jingze in disbelief. His lips instantly lost their color. Until we get married. Hualing, it's just a waste of time for you to be with me. Let's break up. Jiyu Jingze couldn't bear to look at Mo Hualing's face. After all, they had been together for many years. Although he could kill decisively in the business world, he was not really without flesh and blood. Jiyu Jingze stood up and wanted to leave for a while. Unexpectedly, Mo Hualing grabbed Jiyu Jingze's arm and pulled him with all her might, not letting him go. Jingze, don't go, don't, she cried. Jiyu Jingze closed his eyes and said, let go of me, Hualing. You'll forget about what happened between us when you have a new boyfriend. Jingze, I don't care that you're sick. I don't care that I can't be together with you mentally and physically. I just want you to be by my side. I don't care that you're married. I can wait for you. When the Jiyu family and the Mo family are all dead, no one will be able to stop us. Really? Jiyu Jingze's heart trembled as he said those words. You're right, you're the only man I've ever met. You're my life. Hualing, what nonsense are you talking about? Jiyu Jingze stopped her when he heard her cursing someone else. He knew that she said that because she was anxious. He sighed and pulled Mo Hualing to calm her down. Do you know what you're doing? It's a fact that I'm married. When can I get a divorce? I don't know. Lin Che and we're not simple. We're husband and wife. It's a fact. We'll be very close because we have to live together. So, it's unfair to you and to her. I know, Jingze. But without you, I'll die. I just want to see you, talk to you, and have you accompany me. That's enough. I don't want to be separated from you. I'll wait for you for the rest of my life. I won't get married or be with another man. So, don't give up on me. I'll really die. Jiyu Jingze looked at Mo Hualing's crying face. He knew that she really, really loved him. But why couldn't he touch her? Mo Hualing was happy to see Jiyu Jingze's heart soften. She thought that Lin Che had no problem getting close to her now. They could be so close. Maybe Jiyu Jingze's illness had improved a lot. Then why couldn't she touch him? Mo Hualing leaned forward and kissed his lips when he wasn't paying attention. Jiyu Jingze felt her pounce on him. He pushed Mo Hualing away. He didn't feel uncomfortable, but he was so disgusted that he pushed Mo Hualing away. Mo Hualing rolled on the bed. She was so angry that she raised her head and looked at Jiyu Jingze. Jiyu Jingze wiped his mouth and remembered that Mo Hualing was still there. He looked down at Mo Hualing and said, Hualing, you. Mo Hualing wanted to strangle Lin Che. Why could she be so close to Jiyu Jingze, but she couldn't? Jiyu Jingze was also angry. He didn't expect Mo Hualing to kiss him suddenly. Hualing, I've said that I'm married. How can you? Not to mention that he had never been able to get close to a woman, she knew this the best. She also knew that doing this would cause him to have an attack. She also knew that she did not care, so he could still understand. But he had already said that he was married now. He couldn't be unfair to all three of them. She still wanted to do this. He was inexplicably angry. He looked at Mo Hualing deeply, got up and walked out. Mo Hualing was frightened. She watched Jiyu Jingze leave and didn't dare to follow him. She was worried that he would say that he didn't want to see her anymore in a fit of anger. Jiyu Jingze soon arrived at Chen Yuqing's place. He quickly brushed his teeth, but his mouth still felt uncomfortable. He didn't know if it was psychological or physiological. Anyway, it was unbearable. He brushed his teeth again. It still didn't work, so he tried again. Chen Yuqing listened to the movements inside and knocked on the door. "No way. Did you use up the whole tube of toothpaste just because someone kissed you? Your mouth will get hurt." Jiyu Jingze opened the door. Chen Yuqing shut his mouth when he saw Jiyu Mohan's gloomy expression. "President Jiyu, that's not what I meant. What I meant was that she's someone you're familiar with. She shouldn't feel that bad. You'd better overcome your psychological state. Only then will you be able to judge whether it's psychological or physical discomfort, right?" Jiyu Jingze suppressed the discomfort in his heart. He also wanted to make a judgment, but he just felt dirty and uncomfortable. Thinking of it, he wanted to brush his teeth again. But the strange thing was, when he kissed Lin Che, he just felt reluctant to leave. He even swallowed her saliva without hesitation. Chapter 83. Chen Yuqing looked at Jiyu Jingze. "I think it's better for you to have more psychological effects on her. Look, there are no rashes. It's obvious that the medicine you used this time has its uses. But I guess you're still not used to touching women." Jiyu Jingze lifted his eyes and glanced at Chen Yuqing. "Cough, Yuqing, can you help me get some other safe and reliable doctors here? Other types. I have an extension too. I can treat minor illnesses and pains. Mr. Jiyu, you can tell me directly if you have any problems." Jiyu Jingze raised his dark eyes and looked at Chen Yuqing with disgust. He paused and said, "I have some problems with my private parts," after a while. Chen Yuqing looked at Jiyu Jingze speechlessly. "Mr. Jiyu, was it too intense last night? I understand that you two are newlyweds and it's your first time in a relationship. But it's not good for your health if it's too intense. Some things have to be restrained." Chen Yuqing couldn't imagine how it could hurt there. How intense was it? Jiyu Jingze's face darkened. "Lin Che and I are not in that kind of relationship. We've never slept together." Chen Yuqing looked at Jiyu Jingze in surprise. "Really? You haven't broken through?" Jiyu Jingze glared at him silently. Chen Yuqing said, "That's really strange. I thought you two had already." How could he endure it? Eating and sleeping in the same room with a woman. It was so intimate. He suddenly felt a little sorry for Jiyu Jingze. He wondered how much patience this man had exerted. Moreover, he had also seen Lin Che before. She was fair and clean, and her appearance was really very attractive. Facing such a beautiful little wife, it was not easy for him to restrain himself. "Mr. Jiyu, I feel that it's not good for your health to suppress your true nature too much. Appropriate exercise can not only improve your relationship, but it's also very beneficial for your old illness. Alright, since there's nothing else, you don't have to do any more." Jiyu Jingze was even more annoyed by his words. Chen Yuqing sighed. Seeing that Jiyu Jingze had already walked out without looking back, he could only shake his head helplessly. It was also a problem to be too upright. In fact, sometimes there was a gray area. For a man like him, outsiders wouldn't say anything if he had one or two more women. Why did he have to make himself so aggrieved? Jiyu Jingze knew he didn't want to tell Chen Yuqing about Lin Che, how he felt about Lin Che, or the little details about him. She simply didn't want to tell him. It was as if Lin Che was her own and didn't want to be shared with anyone else. These private matters between him and Lin Che were also his own, and he didn't want to tell anyone else. It was as if he had told someone else, as if a part of Lin Che had been taken away, and Lin Che no longer belonged to him alone. This feeling was very strange, but it was deeply rooted in his heart and could not be removed. Some things, even if they knew it was wrong, they still couldn't help but do it. At this moment, his phone rang. Jiyu Jingze looked down. It was Mo Hualing. After calming down, he had already forgiven Mo Hualing. He knew that it was because she loved him too much that she would do something that did not suit her character. He had known Mo Hualing since she was young. Even if she was a little willful and bad-tempered, she shouldn't be a bad person. He picked up the phone. Jingze, are you still angry? She said pitifully over the phone. No. Jiyu Jingze sighed. Then, where are you now? I'm at Dr. Chen's place, he said honestly. Mo Hualing knew that he would look for Chen Yuqing if he had a problem. He was a top doctor who had followed and treated his illness for many years. Mo Hualing said, I'm sorry. Did I make you sick? Really, I blame myself. I just couldn't help but forget about your illness. It's okay. Jiyu Jingze said. Mo Hualing said, I was really wrong this time. I won't do it again. I know I shouldn't have kissed you so casually. Hualing, it's just that. I said that I would get a divorce, but I haven't gotten one yet. I know. I will wait for you. I will wait for the day when you completely separate from her. Actually, you don't have to. No, I'll wait for you. Jingze, I love you. I can do anything for you. After putting down the phone, Jiyu Jingze felt a little guilty towards Mo Hualing. But he also felt a little helpless. On the other side, Mo Hualing put down the phone and smashed it on the floor. The phone immediately broke into pieces. On the other side, the servant looked at Mo Hualing's face without daring to breathe. Mo Hualing thought angrily that Lin Che deserved to die. She was Jiyu Jingze's wife. She was the Mrs. Jiyu that everyone envied and looked up to. Now, everyone in the circle knew that Jiyu Jingze had married someone else after being together with her for so many years. She was so embarrassed. Jiyu Jingze was a man that she couldn't bear to part with. She had thought about it before. It would be better to separate from him since they couldn't live a married life together. But after knowing so many men, there was still no one who could make her give up on Jiyu Jingze. No matter who it was, they couldn't compare to Jiyu Jingze and the Jiyu family. The Jiyu family was the most powerful family in Country C. Jiyu Jingze was the most powerful man in Country C. Other than him, who else could make her live the best life and be looked up to by everyone in Country C? When Jiyu Jingze returned home, he didn't see Lin Che, who usually liked to curl up on the sofa. He asked the servant curiously, "Where is Madam?" The servant said, "Madam said she was tired and went back to her room to rest early." Jiyu Jingze understood, but felt that something was wrong. Tired so early? It didn't fit Lin Che's character. Very quickly, she pushed open the bedroom door and entered the room, only to see Lin Che lying on the bed. He was curled up on the bed, as though he had really fallen asleep. However, his entire body was curled up, as though he was a prawn. It was very different from his usual inelegant sleeping posture. Jiyu Jingze moved his eyes and walked to the bed in a few steps. "Are you asleep?" he asked. "Yes," the person on the bed answered. Jiyu Jingze couldn't help but smile. "Can you still answer when you are asleep? Are you talking in your sleep?" Lin Che was embarrassed. He opened his eyes immediately. She felt Jiyu Jingze turn over, lift the quilt, and nimbly crawl into the bed. "You! Jiyu Jingze, who let you come up?" Lin Che knew that he went out with Mo Hualing. He didn't know where they went, but they must have been together. "This is my bed. Why can't I come up?" Jiyu Jingze held Lin Che, who was struggling. Chapter 84. Lin Che wanted to kick him away immediately. "Jiyu Jingze, don't force me. Get off me." "Lin Che, what's wrong? Are you angry?" Jiyu Jingze pushed her hand away and looked at her. "Angry?" Lin Che covered her face. "I'm not angry." "Then why won't you look at me?" Why should I look at you? Jiyu Jingze smiled suddenly. So, are you jealous? Lin Che's ears heated up. He pushed Jiyu Jingze's hand away. Am I crazy? Jealous? Are you delusional? This is a fake marriage, not a real couple. Jiyu Jingze fell sideways on the bed. He looked at Lin Che and said, You're really not jealous? Lin Che snorted. Of course. Lin Che sat up and glared at Jiyu Jingze. I know I'm good at acting, but don't think that I'm acting for real. I'm a professional actress. I should play the role of a good wife. Of course, I can do it perfectly. Jiyu Jingze took a deep breath, feeling a little disappointed. Okay. Jiyu Jingze sat down and said, I thought you were jealous, so you were avoiding me on purpose. Ha, you're getting more and more narcissistic. Jiyu Jingze said, Is it wrong to be narcissistic? Of course. Lin Che patted herself and sat down. The two of them sat side by side on the big bed. Because the bed was big, there was still a lot of space left for them to sit on. Jiyu Jingze looked at her. Narcissism means loving yourself. If you don't love yourself, how can you expect others to love you? Ha, you're quibbling. Lin Che looked at him. CEO Jiyu, so many people love you. Why do you need to love yourself? How can I be loved by so many people? Jiyu Jingze said. Lin Che said, I believe Miss Mo isn't the only one. At the mention of Mo Hualing, Jiyu Jingze couldn't help thinking of all the complicated things that had happened. He felt complicated and annoyed. It was supposed to be a simple matter. He and Lin Che agreed to get married, and they wouldn't interfere with each other's affairs until the divorce. But things didn't go as planned. Jiyu Jingze said, Huiling and I are not what you think. Like what? Lin Che tilted his head and looked at him. Jiyu Jingze said, Huiling and I have known each other since we were kids. We've known each other for almost 30 years, but we've never crossed the line. I promise you that I won't cross the line with her during our marriage. I'll only treat her as a friend and a younger sister. Lin Che hurriedly said, No need, you don't have to promise me anything. Really, I won't be angry. You guys were together in the first place, right? However, she still felt very grateful for his promise. Even if this guarantee was meaningless, it meant that he still respected her and cared about her feelings. Lin Che looked at him and said, You don't have to do this to me. We promised that we wouldn't interfere with each other's private lives. Jiyu Jingze looked at her and said, Yes, we did in the beginning, but we're already married. I think this is very unfair to you. You're only 23 years old. Your first marriage shouldn't be in such a mess. I may not be able to give you a complete marriage, but at least I won't betray you in other ways. I'll respect your marriage. I hope this marriage isn't as bad as it seems in your memory. Lin Che lifted his head and looked at him suddenly. He hurriedly smiled and said, Don't worry, I asked for it. But I'm still very grateful to you. But won't Miss Mo be very angry? She was already angry from the moment I chose to marry you. I know it's not easy for her, but we have to get married. It's not a choice, Lin Che said. Lin Che said, Then why don't you tell her that you married me because your family used her as a threat, and that you accepted this marriage because of her? Forget it, there's no point in telling her. Originally, I told her from the beginning that even if she left me now and chose another life, I could accept it, because I was in the wrong in this matter. If I told her, it would only make it harder for her to extricate herself and be entangled in this. If there's a chance, she can still find her own life. Lin Che started to blame himself. I'm sorry, because at first, I really wanted to hate you, but now that I think about it, marriage was a sudden event that we had no choice but to accept. I was forced into it and so were you. There's no need to blame anyone, Jiyu Jingze said. You're still young. You have the chance to enjoy love and other men, but because you're marrying me, you have to give up all that. So you don't have to apologize to me. This isn't because of you. It's just fate. Everything that happened today was a coincidence. Lin Che lowered his head and yawned. He hugged his knees, feeling a little sleepy. Jiyu Jingze said, So if you need anything, you can tell me. I'll fulfill your request. It's okay, really. You don't have to compensate me. I already have a lot. How can a person be perfect and have everything they want? I have a place to sleep, so many people take care of me, and I can focus on my work. I'm already very satisfied. She laid down slightly and covered herself with the blanket. You have to communicate with Miss Mo properly. Girls need to be coaxed. You can say these things to me. If you say the same things to her and talk about marriage all the time, you're really done for. Gu Jingzi said, people have to be honest with each other. Oh, no wonder you're so handsome and rich. Miss Mo is the only one who won't leave you. You really don't deserve to find a wife. You don't even know how to coax a girl. When a girl tells you that she doesn't want you, don't take it seriously. When a girl tells you that she's not angry, don't take it seriously either. When a girl tells you that it's too expensive, don't take it seriously. If you take it seriously, you'll really finish. Gu Jingzi said, this has been mentioned in psychology. Ha 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 ha, talking about psychology with a girl? A girl who can understand psychology isn't a girl. If you coax a girl with psychology, you're destined to be lonely for the rest of your life. Gu Jingzi frowned and said, is it that complicated? But why do girls have to be coaxed? As he said this, he turned his head and saw that Lin Che was already lying on the bed with his eyes closed, breathing evenly. He was so heartless. Looking at her innocent sleeping face, he couldn't help but lower his head and gently stroke the hair in front of her forehead to one side. Then he tucked the blanket in, leaned against the side, and laid down as well. He turned his head to look at her fair and clean face. As if he felt that the world was peaceful, his heart also calmed down a lot. He just lay there and actually closed his eyes after a while. Chapter 85. That night, Gu Jingzi slept surprisingly well. He didn't expect that he would wake up in the morning. When he woke up, he found that Lin Che's feet were already in front of him. Her legs were almost on his body. Her posture had a breakthrough again. She could sleep on his side. But the strange thing was that he didn't feel her legs move at all at night. Lin Che was in a daze. He was too tired yesterday and didn't sleep well. What time is it? Lin Che raised her feet in a daze and kicked Gu Jingzi's face. Gu Jingzi was speechless. He sat up and looked at Lin Che speechlessly. Lin Che, what are you doing? Lin Che looked up and saw Gu Jingzi sitting on the bed. His face looked as if he had just eaten a fly. It was so ugly. Ah, I'm sorry. She rubbed her head and grabbed her phone. It was only 6 in the morning. She immediately sprawled out on the bed. Oh my God, why did you wake me up so early in the morning? The early bird gets the worm. Moreover, it's better to wake up early to think. Gu Jingzi stepped on the floor with his bare feet and walked into the bathroom energetically. Lin Che glanced at him and felt a deep sense of admiration for him. No matter how late he slept at night, he would wake up at 6 in the morning on time. He would never be late for a minute. He would immediately get out of bed, come back at night, and work until late at night before going to bed. Lin Che thought that he must have slept less than 7 hours a day. At most, he would sleep for 6 hours a day. Lin Che could only stay up for a few days when she was filming. But once she had the chance, she would definitely have trouble getting up. Thinking about it, Gu Jingzi was really tired. Lying there, Lin Che couldn't remember how the two of them fell asleep on the same bed that night. But since nothing happened, she continued to lie there and continued to sleep. When Gu Jingzi came, he saw that Lin Che had fallen asleep again. This time, her whole body was upside down and she fell asleep with her head down. Gu Jingzi shook his head helplessly. He grabbed the quilt and covered her carefully before walking out. In the afternoon, when Lin Che was resting, he saw a maid washing a car outside. He thought it was fun and followed her. When the helper saw Lin Che coming over, she hurriedly put down the water, afraid that it would get on her. However, Lin Che said nonchalantly, "It's okay, I'll help you clean it. In the past, when I was at home, I often helped me and the nanny do it together. I'm very professional. Madam, you really don't have to, it doesn't matter. I'm the mistress. Listen to me." Hearing her words, the servant could only feel helpless. When Gu Jingzi came back, he put down his coat and asked, "Where's Madam?" The helper looked at the backyard awkwardly and said, Madam is washing the car. When Jiyu Jingze entered the backyard, he saw Lin Che cleaning the car in the back. He looked very professional. Seeing that she was still working happily, Jiyu Jingze also shook his head. Her dress was half wet and dripping with sweat, but she didn't look ugly. She wasn't afraid of getting tanned. Exposed to the sunset, she looked as if her whole body was coated with a layer of light, which made people feel happy. As if influenced by her, his mood immediately became much better. Seeing that Jiyu Jingze wasn't unhappy and was even smiling, the helper said, Madam really doesn't put on airs at all. She even came to help us, the helpers. Madam is really too nice. Jiyu Jingze tilted his head and smiled as he walked over. What are you doing? He asked loudly. Lin Che looked up and said, I'm working. Labor is the most glorious thing. Jiyu Jingze smiled and said, Why do you know how to clean the car? Lin Che said, My family has a car too, okay? I used to clean it when I was with the Lin family. I even know how to wax the car. You're that good. Of course, I know a lot more. Lin Che reached out and rubbed her nose proudly, rubbing the foam off the tip of her nose. Jiyu Jingze looked at it and found it funny. He reached out and wiped it off for her. Lin Che raised his nose cutely and flashed a bright smile at Jiyu Jingze. Jiyu Jingze couldn't help but feel moved. He looked at her face and felt warm for a moment. Oh, luxury cars are so nice. This looks like new after cleaning. It's so beautiful, Lin Che said as she looked at the Porsche that was worth a few million yuan. Jiyu Jingze just remembered that she didn't have a car yet. He asked her, Do you know how to drive? Me? I don't. Jiyu Jingze said, You're right. You're such a stupid person. It's unnecessary for me to ask. Hey, I'm busy with my life. I don't have time to learn how to drive, okay? Jiyu Jingze smiled. He thought that she didn't look good driving this Porsche, but she would look good driving a smaller car. You should buy a car and learn how to drive. It's more convenient. Lin Che said, Okay. I'll buy one when I have enough money. She was paid a lot now. If she saved some money, she would be able to buy a car of a similar size. Jiyu Jingze said, Okay. I don't know how long it will take for you to save money. Let's go. I'll take you to buy a car. Ah, now. Okay. We have time now. Hurry up and catch up. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm asking you to spend money. So you're not going to buy it? Lin Che's eyes lit up. Of course she would take advantage of it. She quickly chuckled and said, No, I'll buy it. Of course I'll buy it. Jiyu Jingze was speechless. Can you be more reserved? Forget it. I have to save some money for my divorce. Although I'm living off you now, I still have to live on my own in the future. Jiyu Jingze frowned. He suddenly didn't like the fact that she kept talking about divorce. Miser. It's not the first time that I've been a miser. You should get used to it. Jiyu Jingze took Lin Che to the 4S shop. When the shop owner saw Jiyu Jingze, he quickly came out to welcome them. He looked at them respectfully and said, Mr. Jiyu, are you going to buy a car for this lady? Yes, she's my wife. He gave a sidelong glance. The shop owner was stunned. He quickly said in a flattering tone, No wonder. Madam looks familiar. Of course she looked familiar. After all, she was quite popular recently. The shop owner said, What kind of car do you want, Mrs. Jiyu? Lin Che had no idea. She could only look at Jiyu Jingze blankly. Chapter 86. Jiyu Jingze looked at it and said, You're a girl. You shouldn't choose something too expensive. Lin Che quickly said, Yeah. Don't choose something too expensive. People will be jealous if it's too expensive. Jiyu Jingze took the booklet and looked at the model. Choose this one. It needs to be yellow. It's eye-catching so that you don't get lost on the road. Jiyu Jingze looked at her mockingly. Lin Che was speechless. I'm not a pig. How can I get lost? Then, she looked down at the car in the booklet. When she saw that the car Jiyu Jingze mentioned was a Porsche 911, she cursed. She thought that a car that wasn't too expensive meant that it cost more than 200,000 yuan. She didn't expect him to mean, well, Jiyu Jingza, isn't it too expensive? Lin Che said quickly. Jiyu Jingza said, how can this be considered expensive? Lin Che said, it's a few million yuan. Isn't that expensive? Jiyu Jingza said, if that's the case, hiring a driver for you is actually more expensive than a car. Huh? Jiyu Jingza said, the Jiyu family's driver earns 3 million a year. Lin Che had thought that they were very hardworking, responsible, and nice to her, but now she knew that they were all rich people too. Jiyu Jingza raised his hand and asked someone to book the car. The shop owner happily went to book the car. Jiyu Jingza looked at Lin Che and said, wait here. I'll go get the car and see if there's anything wrong with it. Lin Che said, I'll go with you. Jiyu Jingza turned around and tapped her nose. Be a good girl and wait here. I need to test the car first. It's not safe. It's better if you don't go. Lin Che couldn't help feeling that he was touching her nose. She couldn't help but feel that the gesture was intimate. She turned around and only turned back when she felt that Jiyu Jingza had left. Since he had nothing to do in the store, he strolled around. Because the stores here were all luxury car chain stores, in addition to selling cars, there was also a car parts supermarket. In order to cater to these local tycoons, the entire shopping mall had made a car store as elegant as a hotel cafe. There were cushioned seats and coffee tables everywhere with beautiful accessories on them. Lin Che saw that there were still snacks on the table, so he hurriedly went over and grabbed a few to eat. It would be a waste not to eat anyway. The shop assistant was very polite to Lin Che. Knowing that she came here with Jiyu Jingza, 3 or 4 of them followed her and waited for her orders, looking at her with envy. However, although Lin Che was considered a celebrity now, she had only acted in one TV series and it was in an ancient costume, so it wasn't easy to recognize her. So, the staff didn't recognize her. Just as Lin Che was about to grab some snacks to eat, he heard a somewhat familiar voice ring out from behind him, causing Lin Che to immediately turn his head around. Lily, I need you to come with me. I don't know what Qin Qing is busy with every day, but she still needs you to come with me to buy a car. The elegant Mrs. Qin, Chen Meili, walked in with Lin Li holding her hand. Beside him were a few attentive shop assistants. Everyone knew Lin Li and Chen Meili, who was the madam of the Qin family. Therefore, they were all there with great respect. Lin Che didn't expect to meet Chen Meili and Lin Li here. The two would-be mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were buying a car at this time. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. Just then, Chen Meili raised her head and saw Lin Che who was standing here. Hey, isn't that Lin Che? Am I seeing things? It's her, isn't it? Lin Li also raised her head and saw Lin Che. She was also surprised. Chen Meili had known Lin Che since she was young. Because Lin Che and Qin Qing knew each other when they were in school, she used to go to Qin Qing's house to play. However, Chen Meili had always hated Lin Che and didn't want Lin Che to play with Qin Qing all the time. Chen Meili walked in this direction and didn't recognize Lin Che for a moment. It was her from afar, but when she looked at her up close, she felt that she had changed. Lin Che had become even more beautiful. It was as if she had grown up. In the past, she only had the appearance of a pretty daughter from a humble family and had a bit of a shabby aura. Now, she seemed very natural. Her gaze was pure, and the clothes on her body carried an air of nobility. It was as if she was surrounded by a clear stream. She looked very beautiful. However, Chen Meili still hated her. Lin Che, why are you here? Why? Are you here to buy a car? Her tone was filled with mockery because she knew that the cars here were not something that ordinary people could afford. Lin Che looked at Chen Meili and thought that she was old, so he didn't speak so harshly. Yeah, Auntie Qin, what a coincidence. You guys continue shopping, I'll go over there to take a look. Hey, Lin Che, I still have something to say to you. Why are you running away? Chen Meili stopped Lin Che. Lin Che turned around. Chen Meili looked at him. Have you seen Qin Qing recently? Lin Che said, no. Really? Or are you faking it? Chen Meili snorted. Lin Che frowned. He could hear the disgust in Chen Meili's voice. Auntie Qin, if you have something to say, Just say it. Chen Meili saw that Lin Che was holding his head high and looking very disdainful, and she was very unhappy. She looked at Lin Che and said, Lin Che, I heard that it was Qin Qing who got you out of the police station when you were in trouble. It turned out to be that incident. It was indeed Qin Qing who helped him that time. However, Lin Che turned around to look at Chen Meili and said, he helped me. Chen Meili looked at him and slammed the table angrily. Lin Che, it's not that Auntie's words are not nice, but Qin Qing is engaged to your sister and is now your brother-in-law. Lin Che looked at Chen Meili strangely. So what's wrong with helping me as my brother-in-law? You. Chen Meili looked at Lin Che with disdain. I knew that you had feelings for Qin Qing, but I'm warning you, you're not good enough for Qin Qing. Qin Qing will never like an illegitimate child. What's wrong with you now? Do you think that you're a star now and have money, so you're starting to have feelings for Qin Qing again? Then I can tell you right now that there's no way. Lin Che listened to her rude insults and smiled speechlessly. On the other side, Lin Li was very obedient in front of her mother-in-law, but her gentle eyes couldn't hide the smug look in them. She looked at Lin Che with a mocking smile, as if she was very happy to see this show. Auntie Qin, I think you're mistaken. My feelings for Qin Qing are just that of a friend. Now, we're more like relatives. Although Qin Qing is very good, your son isn't so good that all the women like him. I have my own boyfriend. I don't have any feelings for Qin Qing right now. Chapter 87. Chen Meili sneered and looked at Lin Che. You can fool others, but do you think you can fool me? I've seen it all. You used to do homework for Qin Qing when you were little. Our Qin Qing is innocent and says you're a good person, but I can tell you're up to no good. Lin Che was shocked. It was awkward and sad to talk about the things that happened when they were little. Lin Che's face darkened at the thought of how things had changed. He looked at Chen Meili and said, I'm good to her because I'm up to no good. You're an illegitimate child. You're useless and you're not being nice to Qin Qing. You think she's too innocent and gullible. Do you think you can live a good life after getting close to her? Ha, do you think I don't know what you're up to? I've walked more roads than you've crossed. Unfortunately, it's not that easy to get into the Qin family. Lin Che bit his lip and put his hands by his side. His face was pale and his lips were turning green as he thought of his past. Qin Qing was a past that she couldn't get rid of. She couldn't ignore it, especially when everyone told her that her feelings were so obvious but only Qin Qing didn't know. She felt so sad. Chen Meili saw that she was sitting there drinking coffee instead of looking at the car. She smiled at the shop assistant and said, Hey, you guys really don't know how to judge a person. Is she someone who can afford a luxury car? She's probably here to get free food and drinks. Does she think she can afford a luxury car now that she's a star? How can she afford a good car with her looks? Does she deserve it? Auntie Qin, don't go too far. Lin Che stood up and glared at Chen Meili. Chen Meili held Lin Li's hand and walked past Lin Che proudly. She glanced sideways at Lin Che and said, Why don't you take a good look at yourself? Lily, let's go. Don't be unlucky. This place smells like poverty. It smells better than you, old lady, Lin Che retorted. Chen Meili froze. She was so angry that the wrinkles on her face scrunched up. You. She was so angry that she was about to rush over. The shop assistant immediately stopped her. Chen Meili kept cursing as she walked away. Lin Che, on the other hand, sat there dejectedly. He watched Lin Li turn around and sneer at him when she left. Although Chen Meili was annoyed, she didn't feel happy at all. When Jiyu Jingze came in from the back, he saw Lin Che sitting there with a gloomy expression on his face. His originally calm expression suddenly turned cold. A layer of mist appeared in his gloomy eyes. Lin Che, he called from behind. Lin Che was stunned. He turned around and asked, Is the car ready? Jiyu Jingze looked at her. What did they say just now? Although he saw them from afar, he did not hear their conversation clearly. A smile appeared on Lin Che's face. I'm fine. Jiyu Jingze just felt uncomfortable looking at her pretending to be strong. His expression became even more gloomy. His black pupils released a gloomy light as he stared at Lin Che, not moving for a long while. Lin Che said, "I'm already used to it. No matter what she says, I won't lose any weight. If I were to really fight with her, tomorrow's headline would be saying that I'm bullying the elderly." As she said this, the smile on her little face was extremely ugly. She seemed to be forcing herself to smile, but that smile made Jiyu Jingza's heart ache. It was as if seeing her unhappy would only make him even more unhappy. His lips were tightly pursed into a stiff line. He grabbed Lin Che's hand and looked at her. "Do you want to see them unhappy?" "Of course I do, but what do you want to do?" Jiyu Jingza let her put her hand on the crook of his arm and smiled at her faintly. However, Lin Che seemed to see some different emotions from the side of his face. She only felt that Jiyu Jingza looked much gloomier than usual. His eyes were heavy like the dark clouds in the sky. "It's nothing. I'm just letting you watch a good show." As he said this, the corners of his lips curled up, revealing an expression that was sexy enough to make any woman speechless. It was tainted with a devilish aura and reversed black and white. Before Lin Che could react, she saw Jiyu Jingza leading her outside. After walking for more than 10 minutes, she heard someone say, "This is the person who just damaged our master's car." Then, Lin Che heard Chen Meili's shrill scream. "Don't you know who I am? How could we have damaged this car? We don't even want to touch this car. It's only worth a few million yuan." Just then, Jiyu Jingza held Lin Che's hand and walked over calmly. His deep voice sounded like high-quality music. "Who damaged the car that I just bought?" Seeing the Jiyu family's bodyguard, Lin Che walked over immediately. "Sir, this woman just damaged our car and now she wants to leave. We've already called the police and are waiting for them to come and deal with it." But she made a scene and refused to admit that she damaged the car. Lin Li and Chen Meili turned around and saw Jiyu Jingza, who was dressed in black, walking over naturally and calmly. He looked noble and elegant like a god. Chen Meili was stunned, especially when she saw Lin Che holding his arm and standing beside him obediently. Lin Li's eyes lit up at first, then she looked at Lin Che with jealousy. This Lin Che standing beside Jiyu Jingza was such an eyesore. Chen Meili was a little surprised at first, but when she saw Jiyu Jingza turn his face and glance at her, he didn't bother to look at her again. He just said lazily, "If the police come, let them handle it. Why are you making a scene?" Then, Chen Meili snorted and shouted again, "This kind of car is only worth a few million yuan. The Qin family doesn't want it at all. How could I touch it? Moreover, do you think the police will let it go? I'd like to see what the police can do to me. Moreover, I didn't do it in the first place. I don't believe that you can put the blame on me." Jiyu Jingza's face was unchanging and indifferent, which made Chen Meili feel more and more guilty as she spoke. After hearing what she said, Jiyu Jingza laughed and didn't bother to look at Chen Meili. He said to the bodyguard, "Tell the police that I hate this person. She has done something wrong and doesn't know how to repent. Ask the police to deal with her properly. At least lock her up for a few days before letting her out." Chen Meili was shocked, and her face immediately turned purple. She was about to say something, but Lin Li stopped her immediately. She looked at Jiyu Jingza with fear. Although she was unwilling, she still whispered in Chen Meili's ear carefully, "Mom. This person is Jiyu Jingza, the Jiyu Jingza from the Jiyu family." Chen Meili's face looked even worse. The thick powder on her face like a mask couldn't cover her original expression. "This person is Jiyu Jingza." She felt a little scared. Of course, she had heard of Jiyu Jingza. However, looking at Lin Che, she didn't want to believe it. How could it be possible? Lin Li must have made a mistake. How could Lin Che, the little bitch, know Jiyu Jingza? Chapter 88. But when she glanced at the tall bodyguards behind her, she felt a little guilty. However, she still couldn't believe it. She looked at Lin Che unwillingly and said angrily, "Lin Che, you little bitch. You just found a rich man and now you're here to hurt me. If Qin Qing finds out, she'll definitely get even with you." "Little bitch." Jiyu Jingzi gave the bodyguard a cold look. The bodyguard immediately reached out his hand and slapped Chen Meili's face. Chen Meili's cheeks heated up. The burning pain made her look even more incredulous. This guy actually asked someone to hit her. She had never been hit in her life. You dare to hit me? Do you believe that the Qin family won't let you off? She was so angry that she wanted to rush over but was stopped by the bodyguard's tall body. Jiyu Jingzi's expression was calm and his voice was cold. I'm sorry. My bodyguards were too agitated. Maybe it's because I said that if anyone dares to offend Miss Lin, I'll tear their mouth apart. They don't have any manners and only know how to follow orders, so they can't change their manners. Mrs. Qin, I'm really sorry. I'll teach them a lesson when I get back. Chen Meili was shocked. She was so angry that her face turned red. You insulted me. The Qin family won't let you off. Do you think that the Qin family is a pushover? Jiyu Jingzi smiled faintly. Mrs. Qin, the Qin family has to be reasonable, right? You damaged the car I bought for Lin Che and insulted him, but you're saying that I insulted you? You're framing me. I didn't damage the car. I'm going to call the police. You're slandering me. Chen Meili's expression changed. Jiyu Jingzi looked to the side lazily. Just in time. Are the police here yet? This madam wants to call the police. Sir, the police are here. At this time, a few men in police uniforms quickly walked in from behind. Chen Meili saw them and said hurriedly, Police, they're framing me. They're detaining me and not allowing me to leave. Someone even hit my face just now. I want to check my injuries. The police looked at Chen Meili in surprise. Chen Meili quickly said, I'm the madam of the Qin family. I want to see your director. Your director must know who my husband is. My husband is the chairman of the Qin family, Qin Marosheng. The policeman glanced at Chen Meili and hurried to Jiyu Jingzi's side. Mr. Jiyu, sorry for not recognizing you. What happened here? Jiyu Jingzi looked at Chen Meili and said, I don't know what happened. I only know that when I came here, this person was talking nonsense. She said that she was a member of the Qin family and no one dared to touch her. She also said that she scratched my new car. The police officer looked at Chen Meili and hurriedly said, Mrs. Qin, this is your fault. We are enforcing the law impartially. Now that you've damaged someone else's property, we should take you away for interrogation. Please come with us. You. Chen Meili panicked when she saw that the police wanted to take her away. She glared at Jiyu Jingzi angrily and said, I don't believe that you can do anything you want. So what if you're Jiyu Jingzi? Let go of me. If you dare to touch me, I won't let you off. Jiyu Jingzi smiled coldly and said, I really can do anything here. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself. Chen Meili looked at his natural expression and was intimidated by his imposing manner. She found it hard to believe. Could Jiyu Jingzi really cover up the truth with one hand? However, these people really disregarded the status of the Qin family and wanted to take her away. On the other side, Lin Li, who hadn't dared to say a word, looked at Jiyu Jingzi's imposing manner with her eyes almost popping out. At this moment, she held Chen Meili's hand and raised her head pitifully. She shrugged her proud chest and purposely revealed her shoulders. Fortunately, she had put on a perfect makeup today. She looked at Jiyu Jingzi's arrogant face with greed and couldn't help admiring him. She had always thought that she wouldn't have anything to do with such an upper-class person. After all, the Qin family was a prestigious family that no one dared to touch in City B. It was an admirable thing to say. However, compared with the Jiyu family, the Qin family was not worth mentioning. After all, the Jiyu family was a top family that ordinary people couldn't reach and could only look up to. Now, a person like Jiyu Jingzi was standing in front of her, and he had such an amazing appearance. How could she not be enchanted by him? She blinked and said with a seductive voice, Mr. Jiyu, I hope you can let Auntie go for my sake. She didn't do it on purpose. She just didn't pay attention. Chen Meili thought that Lin Li was really a good person who dared to offend Jiyu Jingzi for her. She looked at Lin Li gratefully. Jiyu Jingzi didn't even bother to look at Lin Li's face for a second. He didn't care about the seductive look on her face and said disdainfully, "Who are you?" Lin Li was shocked. I'm Lin Che's sister. We've met once. I'm also a star like Lin Che." Lin Li hurriedly took a step closer. However, she was immediately blocked by the bodyguards, who didn't allow her to get any closer. Jiyu Jingze snorted and looked at Lin Li. "Sorry, I don't know what a star you are. I've never heard of Lin Che's sister." Then, he naturally put his arm around Lin Che's waist, as if they were close and familiar. Then, he said to the police, "Then I'll leave these people to you." Behind them, the shop assistant hurriedly asked Jiyu Jingze, "Mr. Jiyu, can I help you fix the scratches on this car?" However, Jiyu Jingze said, "How can I give this kind of scratched thing to my woman? Especially something that has been touched by someone else. I'm worried that Lin Che will think it's dirty. Smash this car. Shop assistant, help me choose a similar car and send it directly to the Jiyu family." Hearing this, all the people present were surprised for a moment. They watched Jiyu Jingze turn around indifferently and leave with Lin Che without looking back. The people behind them, except for those who were looking at Chen Meili, also followed them and left. The shop assistants also looked at them enviously. Jiyu Jingze wasn't bragging. He was really amazing in person. He was so handsome and charismatic. Lin Che was so lucky. How could he be standing next to such a man? Lin Li gritted her teeth and looked at Lin Che's back with hatred. She wanted to tear him into pieces. However, when she looked at Jiyu Jingze, her eyes narrowed, and there was a lot of confusion in her eyes. This was the first time she had seen such a charming man, especially with his imposing manner. As expected of the richest man in Country C, whose wealth could rival a country. Chen Meili was furious. Until she was taken away, she was still surprised that she was fooled by a little girl like Lin Che. Unfortunately, there was Jiyu Jingze beside her, and she couldn't do anything about it. Chapter 89. Jiyu Jingze led Lin Che away. Lin Che couldn't help but look back. Seeing that everyone had left and that Chen Meili had been taken to the police station, she let out a sigh of relief. She tilted her head and looked at Jiyu Jingze in surprise. The Qin family was a good family in Lin Che's eyes. Otherwise, Lin Li wouldn't have fallen for them. She had been trying to get close to Qin Qing since she was young and was finally going to marry Qin Qing. Lin Che said, "Wow, why was the car scratched just now? Did they do it? How did you do it?" Jiyu Jingze lowered his head and said, "It doesn't matter. It's just a small trick. If you want someone to do something wrong, there's always a way. Really? The important thing is that I have the ability to put the blame on her and make her speechless because I'm Jiyu Jingze." Lin Che looked at Jiyu Jingze with admiration. "It's great to be rich, but it's okay, right?" She was worried that she would be in trouble if she offended the Qin family. Jiyu Jingze looked at Lin Che. "I worked so hard to earn money so that I won't be bullied for nothing." Lin Che looked at Jiyu Jingze with sparkling eyes. Why didn't she realize that his domineering side was so awesome? She admired him so much. Lin Che looked at Jiyu Jingze with even more admiration, her eyes shining. Jiyu Jingze suddenly felt a sense of achievement when he saw that she was as happy as a doted kitten. Especially when she admired him like this, he also felt that it was meaningful to make money and expand the Jiyu family's business, no matter how tiring it was. It was like the feeling of a husband who had worked hard and won a little praise from his wife, and he was satisfied. Lin Che was such a strange person. Even when she admired him, she felt that he was sincere. Lin Che said, "But are we really going to smash that car? It's millions. If you don't want it, you should give it to me." Jiyu Jingze looked at Lin Che speechlessly. "Can't you be more ambitious? It's fine if you don't want it. It's only a few million. I'll get you a new one." Lin Che stuck out her tongue. She felt reluctant. She looked at Jiyu Jingze and said, "I just feel that it's a waste of a car because of a scumbag. After all, the car is innocent." Hee. Jiyu Jingze looked at Lin Che speechlessly. Lin Che's eyes were filled with reluctance. "You're still looking for an excuse?" Jiyu Jingza said, "Okay, I won't smash the car. I'll give it to you. You can sell it or keep it for fun." Lin Che cheered. "Wow, really? Jiyu Jingza, you're the best." Lin Che hurriedly pulled on Jiyu Jingza and shook his arm with a happy expression on his face. If she had a tail, she would definitely be able to see it wagging at this moment. Jiyu Jingza looked at her smile and couldn't help patting her little head. He felt that he wasn't so angry because she was happy about him. "It's a pity that my good mood has been ruined," Lin Che said. Jiyu Jingza said, "Drive the car back first." The car was very beautiful. Lin Che touched it and said, "Is this the same as the previous one?" "Yes, they are exactly the same." "Then it's useless for me to have two cars. I'd better sell them, but I don't know where to buy them. If I buy it online, people will think I'm a car thief." Jiyu Jingza said, "I'll get someone to sell it for you." "Really? Jiyu Jingza, you're such a nice person." Lin Che's eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled, making them look like crescent moons. It was very beautiful. Jiyu Jingza shook his head. He thought to himself that he was probably the only man who would give someone something and still help them earn money. If one were to say that he was a sucker, then he was really a sucker. He knew that she was a money grubber, but he still couldn't wait to give her the things. Jiyu Jingza said, "So you're just saying it?" Lin Che said, "Of course. You have so much money. You wouldn't care if I gave you money." Jiyu Jingza moved his face closer. "Aren't you going to kiss me to show your gratitude?" Lin Che blushed and pushed his face away. "Go away. Are you kidding me?" Jiyu Jingza said, "If you don't want to, I'll kiss you to show my gratitude." "Get lost." Jiyu Jingza looked at her, laughed, and said, "Then you should thank me. Is there anything you need?" Lin Che said. Jiyu Jingza said, "Then why don't you cook for me?" Lin Che thought for a moment and looked at him unwillingly. "Would you dare to eat if I cook?" "Of course. I'll tell you first. It'll definitely taste terrible." "It's okay. I can accept it." Jiyu Jingza had never seen what she cooked, so he was looking forward to it. Lin Che pursed her lips and coughed dryly. "Okay, I'll cook for you." Jiyu Jingza nodded in satisfaction. Lin Che didn't forget to remind him, "I'm telling you, don't regret it when the time comes." Jiyu Jingza didn't believe that she could make poison if she followed the steps. But just in case, he decided to help her look up a simple recipe first. Otherwise, with Lin Che's stupid brain, she might really make him boiled water, and that wouldn't be fun. At night, when the car reached home, Lin Che immediately started taking pictures of the car. She changed props one after another and found different angles. Jiyu Jingza frowned as he watched her struggle. "Why are you taking pictures of this?" Lin Che said, "This is the first luxury car in my life. It costs a few million. Of course I have to show it off." Jiyu Jingza said, "If you want to show off, you can just take a picture of the bill." "That's so vulgar." "Then take a picture of the car model. One look and I can tell that you don't know how to act cool." "That's even more boring. You have to act cool. You have to act deep and untraceable so that no one can tell that you're acting. Taking a picture of the car model and the logo on the steering wheel is too low class." She was really good at messing around. Jiyu Jingza watched as she finally found a good angle. It looked like she was taking a picture of the flower pot in front of her, but in fact, the whole car behind her was in the picture. Her IQ seemed to have improved at this moment. Lin Che looked at it in satisfaction and sent it to her WeChat moments. It said, "Newly bought flowers. You have to feed them carefully in the future." Jiyu Jingza leaned over to take a look. "The flowers have already bloomed and grown. Do they need you to feed them?" "Get lost. Aren't you lying?" "It's a white lie. You don't understand." Then, Lin Che saw that some people had already recognized the car behind and were commenting, "It's a luxury car. It must be worth a few $100,000. Lin Che muttered, "Phut, a few $100,000? What kind of taste is that?" Another person said, "The car is really good, but the place where you took the picture is a courtyard, right? Did you buy a house with a courtyard?" Another person also saw it. "This courtyard is obviously very big. Are you rich? Or did you find an old man? The place you live in is so high-end." Lin Che didn't expect these people to look so carefully. She stood there for a moment and said happily, I knew it. These people are all experienced drivers. They must be able to see the background of the car. They're really amazing. They can see that the courtyard is very big from such a small picture. TSK TSK. Jiyu Jingze couldn't help curling his lips when he saw how happy she was standing there. This Lin Che could be so happy for such a simple thing. She was so happy that she bloomed when others satisfied her vanity a little. It was as if happiness was such a simple thing. Jiyu Jingze couldn't help but want to give her more, so that she could always be happy like this. Chapter 90. Of course, Lin Li had already added Jiyu Jingze's WeChat. At home, Lin Li felt even angrier when she saw Lin Che's car. They were in the same social circle, so Lin Li also had a few of Lin Che's friends. Seeing their comments about how big the yard was, Lin Li naturally thought that it might be Jiyu Jingze's home. Jiyu Jingze's house must be very big. It was a pity that this little bitch was living there. Lin Che touched her car and couldn't wait to drive it. Unfortunately, she didn't know how to drive and didn't have a chance to learn. Lin Che looked at Jiyu Jingze and asked, how long does it usually take to learn how to drive? Jiyu Jingze said, if you want to learn, I can teach you now. It should be easy. Really? It's not hard to drive. Let's go. I'll take you to a deserted road. That's great. Lin Che jumped up and down and grabbed Jiyu Jingze's hand. They soon arrived outside. Jiyu Jingze drove with Lin Che. The two sports cars were very small, and Jiyu Jingze felt a little uncomfortable sitting in them. Lin Che felt a little embarrassed. He was 1.9 meters tall, and it was indeed uncomfortable to sit in such a small car. No wonder he always drove a business car instead of a sports car. But, Jiyu Jingze is really tall, Lin Che added in his heart. Jiyu Jingze soon steadied himself and explained to Lin Che how to start the car. Lin Che listened with a frown and asked Jiyu Jingze, is it really easy to learn how to drive? Of course. After the lecturer explained it to me, I drove everywhere. With your IQ, you should be able to learn it in half a day. Lin Che nodded and was suddenly full of confidence. However, a few minutes later, Lin Che, that's the accelerator, not the brake. Lin Che, let go of the steering wheel. Lin Che, where are you turning? Do you want to die? Jiyu Jingze scolded him more and more severely. The more Lin Che was scolded, the more anxious she became. In the end, she could only look at him speechlessly. Jiyu Jingze, can you not be so loud? I'm so nervous. Jiyu Jingze frowned deeply. He looked at the woman in front of him and felt that he had overestimated her IQ. I've never seen a woman as stupid as you. So what if I'm stupid? Lin Che said. You. Jiyu Jingze had never seen a woman as stupid as her. He had never seen a woman as noisy as her. He had never seen a woman as shameless as her. Anyway, he just felt that she was really a unique woman, which made his teeth itch. Right now, he wanted to strangle her to death. Can't you be more coordinated? No matter how gentlemanly Jiyu Jingze was, he couldn't bear it anymore. Lin Che looked at him speechlessly. I just can't coordinate. What can I do? Didn't I tell you not to shout? Even if your IQ is 1,000, not everyone is like you. You're really. Jiyu Jingze said angrily, I was wrong. You should have learned it in a month. Lin Che had no choice but to stare at Jiyu Jingze and say, it's fine if you don't want to teach me. Why are you shouting? Who wants you to teach me? Jiyu Jingze took a deep breath and turned his head. He heard Lin Che say, your Mo Hualing is smart. She can learn it quickly. Go teach her. Jiyu Jingze paused for a moment. Looking at Lin Che's sullen face, he gritted his teeth so hard that they creaked. He looked at her deeply, opened the door and got out of the car. He strode out without looking back, and even closed the door with a clatter on the way. Oh no, he was angry. Lin Che was also a little vexed. Did he know that he had really touched a sore spot? Why did he mention Mo Hualing out of nowhere? It was precisely because he couldn't teach Mo Hualing that he came to teach her to satisfy his craving. If he could, Of course he would want to spend the night with Mo Hualing instead of wasting time here with her. She admitted that she was a little bad in this area. She was stupid, uncoordinated, and had a bad memory. She felt dizzy when she saw the buttons on the car. She also wanted to learn it quickly, but she couldn't. After a while, Jiyu Jingze felt Lin Che catch up to him and grabbed his arm. She said, "Jiyu Jingze, don't be angry. I was just saying. Are you serious? Why are you so angry?" Jiyu Jingze's stiff side profile looked like a stiff piece of jade. Although it had been meticulously sculpted and was flawless, it was indeed cold without a trace of warmth. Lin Che grabbed his hand and ran to him. "Don't go, Jiyu Jingze. I'm talking to you." Jiyu Jingze looked down and shook off her hand. "Let go. Jiyu Jingze, I told you to let go," he said in a muffled voice. Lin Che gritted her teeth and grabbed Jiyu Jingze. "I won't go if you don't want to." With that said, she stood in front of Jiyu Jingze and didn't let him go. "Hubby, I was wrong. Don't be angry." Lin Che changed her plan and acted coquettishly. She grabbed his hand and shook it back and forth. She pouted and looked at him. Her bright eyes blinked and her watery lips curled up like a juicy fruit. Jiyu Jingze frowned and turned his head. "Let go of me." "I won't let go. I won't let go unless hubby says you're not angry anymore. You, just say it." "Hubby, you're looking at me." Jiyu Jingze really didn't know what to do with her. He turned back and looked at Lin Che, who was trying to please him like a little puppy wagging its tail. Especially when she kept calling him hubby. It was as soft as cotton candy. How could he stand it? Taking a deep breath, Jiyu Jingze felt that she was his nemesis. Why was he so unlucky to marry such a little wife? Forget it. Just treat it as me being merciful and doing a good deed. Let's go. I won't scold you anymore. Anyway, your IQ is only SOSO. I should sympathize with you. Jiyu Jingze finally relented. The smile on Lin Che's face froze. She looked at Jiyu Jingze gloomily. "Can't you speak properly?" Jiyu Jingze returned to the car. He watched as Lin Che held the steering wheel and looked up at him, waiting for his instructions. Jiyu Jingze smiled, looked into her eyes, and smiled. "I have a good way to help you learn faster." "What idea?" "Let's use the reward and punishment system." "Huh. You did the right thing. I'll reward you." "What reward?" Lin Che's eyes lit up when she heard the reward. She blinked and looked at Jiyu Jingze expectantly. Jiyu Jingze looked at her plump lips and gave them a light peck. Lin Che was stunned. Jiyu Jingze said with a smile, "I'll reward you with a kiss." Lin Che's face reddened. Jiyu Jingze. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.